Okay, I'm going to open the September 21st, 2023 meeting of the Planning Commission. Call that to order. Can we have a roll call, please?
Newton,
Here.
Bella,
Present.
Jansen,
Here.
Pfeffer,
Here.
Chair Swift.
Here. And Commissioner Kelly is absent. Next is the approval of the agenda. Do we have any changes on the agenda or a motion?
Motion to approve the agenda.
Second.
We have a
Okay.
vote, please.
Yeah. Newton,
Aye.
Bella,
Aye.
Jansen,
Aye.
Pfeffer,
Aye.
Chair Swift.
Aye. Meeting protocol, the chair shall maintain order at the meetings in accordance with Robert's Rules of Order, and the commission has the responsibility to be a model of respectful behavior in order to encourage community participation and citizen input at commission meetings. The commission and the audience are expected to refrain from using profane language and/or ridiculing the character or motive of commission members, staff, or members of the public, and to maintain the standards of tolerance and civility. Public comments on non-agenda items. Anyone wishing to address the commission on matters not on the agenda, but within the jurisdiction of the commission must do so by email, in person, or via Zoom. Presentations will be limited to 3 minutes or as otherwise established by the commission chair. Conduct. All interested persons are invited to participate in public meetings in order to give all interested persons an opportunity to be heard and to ensure the presentations of all points of view. Members of the audience should limit their presentation to 3 minutes, provide their comments by email, state their views and concerns succinctly, and submit any new documents to the planning staff first, directly or via email, no later than 2 p.m. the day of the meeting to be entered into the record. There's no items on the consent calendar, so I'm going to open up the time for public comments. Do we have anyone from the public that would like to come up and make a comment on anything not on tonight's agenda? Do we have anyone on Zoom?
I see no hands raised online.
So I'm going to close open time for public comments, and I'm going to go to the first item, which is 109 Broadway, application 2222. Can we have the staff report, please?
Yes. So this project encompasses construction of an 8-foot tall fence along the approximately 344-foot Fairfax lumber and hardware site's rear property line, fronting on Spruce Road. At the July 20th, 2022 Planning Commission meeting, the commission continued this application and requested that the applicants do the following and return before them in September. Reevaluate the healthy trees slated for removal within the construction area of the fence to see if any of them can be preserved by relocating sections of the fence around them, and where relocation of the fence to retain the healthy trees is not possible, identify new locations both on-site, anywhere on the property, and off-site within the unimproved right-of-way to plant replacement trees to mitigate the loss of the trees that must be removed. To provide landscaping plans for the planting areas shown in green on page L 1.1 of the project plan set, the intent being to soften the fence facade, and have the landscape architect meet with the neighbors to try and reach agreement on the final project plans for both the fence and the planting plan. So the applicants have re-examined the trees in the site and have determined that with minor relocation of certain portions of the proposed fence, jogging portions onto the Fairfax lumberyard site to avoid the tree trunks, no trees will need to be removed to allow construction of the fence. A number of slightly recessed panels will be added and planted with clinging vines. Gary Roth, the landscape architect, met again with the Ross Valley Fire Department. The fire department again stressed that maintaining the 10-foot fire clearance on both sides of Spruce Road is required for emergency response and fire safety. So based on that, the applicants are only proposing to try to do landscaping in the shaded green areas on page L 1.1 of the project plan set. And they propose planting mesh protected and irrigated clinging vines in these locations. The landscape architect also appeared before the Fairfax Tree Committee at their August 28th, 2023 meeting to present the request for a tree permit to retain all the trees, but to prune them to achieve maximum fire safety and tree separation and to remove ladder fuels when it's more than just annual pruning, which is permitted by right. The request for a recommendation to allow the tree pruning was accepted by the tree committee, and they recommended that the Planning Commission approve the project as proposed. But there are going to be some unknowns when you're digging fence posts and things like that. So we added the following conditions to the resolution for the project approval: that the project landscape architect and the project arborist shall determine the exact location of the fence and the post holes to avoid damaging the existing trees together in the field, and provide a site plan documenting the final proposed fence location in relation to the existing trees to the town prior to the start of any pruning or digging to install the fence. That the project arborist shall be on site during any trimming of the existing trees and during digging or disturbance of the soils below the existing trees to install the fence. And that once the fence is installed and the clearing of vegetation and trimming and pruning of the trees and installation of the irrigation system are complete, the landscape architect and the project arborist shall provide letters to the town documenting any recommendations that were made during their on-site visits, and indicating that the applicants have complied with those recommendations. So we've already covered this in past staff reports, but staff believes the findings can be made to support the 8-foot fence. The location of the lumberyard immediately adjacent to residentially developed sites warrants the construction of a fence that exceeds the permitted 6 feet in height to provide a visual barrier between the commercial business and the adjacent residences. And this also requires a design review permit because the lumberyard is in a commercial zone. And the wood framed corrugated metal fence along with the trees to be maintained and framed in wood will create an articulated structure presenting a pleasing facade along the Spruce Road right of way. So based on the ability to make the required findings for the discretionary permits, we're recommending that you approve adopt resolution number 2022-30, approving application 22-22, setting forth the findings and the conditions for the project approval. And that would conclude our report.
Thank you. Do any commissioners have questions for staff? Rob?
I have one question. In the background, third bullet point, one of the requests was that the landscape architect would meet with the neighbors. Did that happen? I did not see
I
that.
believe it did. Yes, he did
Okay.
meet with the neighbors, and
Right.
he can report on how it went.
Okay.
Mimi?
And are you making a recommendation, or there's a recommendation about us having a discussion about the maintenance of the corrugated metal and the applicant indicating he could make it a plain brown, is that right? As
That
opposed
was
to the
in
rustic?
Yeah, that was in one of the earlier reports, and that's still an option, you know.
And I was just curious because if we would make the maintenance subject to code enforcement, or enforcement as a condition of the permit, right? It just seemed kind of vague to me.
It was a condition, and I thought it got into the resolution, but it's been a while since I've read the resolution. It was mainly because the neighbors expressed concern about how other portions of the yard had been maintained and been allowed to deteriorate.
Okay,
So
maybe we can talk a little
It was a
bit more.
condition that they maintain it in a good condition.
Good
Otherwise,
condition.
it would be code enforcement, and we would contact them and say, hey, this is looking dilapidated. You're not keeping it up.
Right, but because it's rustic metal,
Mhm.
it's meant to look weathered and old. And there was a reference to the kinds of finishes you can use to keep it,
Right.
well maintained over the years.
Yeah, you can pay for
And,
different treatments.
From my perspective, I had a completely different perspective, but we can talk about that
Yeah, yeah.
during the discussion period.
I
I just
think-
wanted to get clarification about
I
what
think-
you were recommending.
So staff's concern is that, the wire fence that's there now, some of the fence posts are tipping over, the wire's broken and rusted. I mean, it's not even really functioning very well as a fence. That's what we're concerned about, is that it's still maintain its height and its surface so that it looks like a fence, right? And it doesn't fall apart. We aren't that concerned about the coloring and stuff. We think the rustic fence is fine unless the planning commission wants to have them painted a color, which they indicated they were willing to do. Yeah.
Any other questions for staff? And you may have mentioned this, the background on the staff report, page 2, shows that the last meeting of the planning commission was July 2022. So it was okay. So is the applicant here or representative and want to come up and say a few words?
Hey, I'm Gary Roth. We've met before. Just wanted to walk you through what's gone on since we last met. I met with the neighbors at least twice, possibly a third time. Brought them red line copies of the plans before I drafted them up with the changes proposed that you see in that set. We drafted them up. There was some follow-up emails about some additional things that were wanted, but they sort of flew in the face of sort of 21st century smart practices with planting around in a high fire zone. So I sort of pushed back a little bit on that. Other than that, we did respond to some subtleties in terms of nuance with the fence, recessing some panels to allow for a way to plant a vine on the Fairfax lumber property to help buffer the view of the fence, because there was some concern about graffiti over time and things like that might be easier managed with vegetation clinging to the fence. So we've done that. I did walk around with the fire marshal, fire inspector, pardon me, excuse me, to go over removal versus keeping some of those paraphytic non-native trees that are in that corridor. And there was no specific requirement that he cited that they had to come out. He did think it was a good idea. On the other hand, with some judicious pruning, he thought we could manage the situation well, and that seemed to work well for the neighbors, worked well for Fairfax Lumber. We were able to work through a lot of those recommendations, and that was a recommendation from the tree committee. So I've outlined a lot of that in our revised narrative. Yeah, nothing much more. I think the rustic quality of the panels will help over time. There should not be some requirement to paint things because they come pre-finished, and wood does weather. What else? There were some other things we added to that plan that were related to dust management that was a concern. So as part of that irrigation upgrade, we will put some misters on the one set of bins that have gravel loads dumped in, and those would be just pop-up spray heads that are easily manually turned on by a single operator. They have staffing issues like everyone else in this era, and so the simpler we can make these improvements, the more likely they are to be successful. And so those are sort of where we got on the set of plans that you have, and I think it works for the neighbors from what I could tell. And the owners of Fairfax Lumber are supportive and want to be able to move on and keep running their business.
Thank you. Does anyone have questions?
Interesting, the sprinklers, I did not see them. Are they noted on the plan?
They should be.
I mean, the misters, sorry.
They should be, yeah,
They should be. Okay.
on the site plan. I don't remember what sheet. Yeah.
Sorry. 1.2? Yep. Thank you.
Just I noted in the arborist report, the presence of some ailanthus or tree of heaven trees, which are, I think, as someone noted in there, a kind of invasive species that I think the arborist recommended should be removed. Are you planning, or is the plan to remove those invasive non-native species like the ailanthus?
That was the plan, yes. But there was a lot of pushback on that plan and a lot of requirements that were difficult and expensive for the lumberyard. And so we could mitigate without that. I don't know why there's a 1-to-1 tree replacement for a paraphytic exotic invasive tree in this town, but maybe someone can explain that to me, but we'll keep them if that's the requirement.
Okay. Another question is on the proposed vine planting along the fence. And I think you had called out Parthenocissus tricuspidata, Boston ivy, which is a moderate water need plant, and curious if you had considered or might consider some native or regionally adapted plant species that are lower water use and potentially provide some habitat value. I think the Boston ivy, non-native plant, moderate water needs, meets the sort of fire department requirement, but it doesn't really give back anything in terms of, non-human habitat. So wondered if you had considered or might consider some other species, and I have a couple potential recommendations here regarding the climbing vines planted on the fence.
We looked at all of the issues, and that is the most pragmatic, toughest. He says it is moderate. It is also on the north side of the fence, deeply shaded by trees and by the fence itself. So from a water rating and an irrigation perspective, those things grow on concrete walls under freeway overpasses. And so if we want something that's going to be dependable there, that is deciduous and won't rot out the fence over the course of the winter, I don't know of a good native vine that's not. I looked at, for instance, the native California grape. That would be a long-term nuisance because it would get up. I had it on my front trellis, and the fire department maybe take it down because it got up into the trees on the roof, and it'll just go. It's indeterminate. And so to have something that will stay on the fence and not get up into the tree canopy and create a fire ladder, create a continuous horizontal fire ladder connection between the surrounding properties, the options got narrower and narrower. I'm a native plant nut myself. I'd love to rewild everything, but
I just did a quick search on Calscape and came up with a couple options. Maybe you've already checked these out, but the pink honeysuckle, Lunacera hispidula, and the Chaparral clematis seems like they might be good candidates.
I love those. They grow wildly on White Hill Fire Road, and I see them all the time, and they're spindly, and they won't do what the neighbors want. You could grow a couple that's weave their way up through the Boston ivy, I suppose, but I don't anticipate those creating what was requested, which was a vegetated buffer of the visual side of the fence. We are retaining native trees at this point, that some of which aren't super healthy, that will have quite a bit of habitat value. I think there's to some degree, having a vine along the fence creates at least habitat cover for small birds and rodents and things like that. So we didn't really want to create additional problems and additional fire ladder issues, but I do appreciate the concern.
Cool. Thanks for your response.
Any other questions? Nope. Thank you. So now I'm going to open it up for public comment. Does anyone wish to make a public comment on this item? Come on up.
Okay. James Riley, 37 Spruce. Generally, I think it's a good plan. I just have a couple specific issues I'd like to raise. One deals with the provision, the condition that the fence be properly maintained, and that's good. I agree with that. I'd like it to also be specific about keeping it removing graffiti, because corrugated metal is a graffiti magnet. So just so that there's no misunderstandings down the road, just if we could just insert that word into it, keep it remove graffiti as part of the keeping it in good repair. The other item is the misters on the gravel bins. I think that's great that they're adding a source of water. But when I think of misters, I think of very light mist. And actually, if you've ever watched those bins get loaded and unloaded, the scooper actually goes deep down into the gravel, lifts it up, and puts it in the truck. And there's dust in the gravel throughout. So I'd like it to be more than a mister. I'd like it to actually be a sprinkler or something that actually soaks, deep down into the gravel, so that when it's lifted up, it doesn't create dust, because dust is the big issue with us. I just like those couple things addressed in the final permit. Otherwise, it's a good plan. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other public comments? Well, let the public comments come up first.
Good evening. My name is Kendra Scott. I live at 10 Spruce Road, and I want to speak a little bit about these dustbins as well. At our last Planning Commission meeting, we agreed that not only was this fence intertwined with the dust issue, and that the tree removal was a part of this. The dust is being created not only by those dustbins, but also by the lumberyard itself. The dustbins, adding a mister or a deep soaker or whatever is going to happen, is not going to remove that dust and getting it, that it wafts into our homes, causing health issues. It seems to me that as a part of this planning of building a fence, that those bins be moved. There's plenty of real estate on that property to move them completely and getting them away. It would offer more room for building the fence. I think it was brought up by Gary that it was going to be a tight squeeze between this place, between the bins and the fence being built. The other thing that I wanted to mention was certainly the graffiti. There are only a few panels that are going to have these vines planted on that would kind of obscure where people could draw graffiti. Yeah, it would be nice to have that removed timely, promptly, and have that written into the plan. See, I have some other things that I wanted to speak about. Oh, the one-to-one tree replacement. I'm very happy that the trees are going to be allowed to stay. Now, if there's an issue with the trees being a non-native species or an invasive, sure, let's remove them, but let's replace them with a native species. That's fine, as long as we're not leaving bare spots in the already bare spots. Where these vines are going to be placed, there is not a significant amount of shade. They're actually right in a huge bare spot where it's sun all day long. There is no significant shade in those areas. I just want to make that also clear. Yeah, I just want to make sure that we're all clear that dust is a big, significant issue that goes along with this fence. Vines being planted for a visual blight is fine, but they're not going to do anything for that dust management. Okay, thank you.
Hi, thank you for having us. My name is Susie Bergen. I live at 30 Spruce Road. I totally agree with everything Kendra said. She basically took all my talking points as well. But I do want to say thank you for the continuance, because working with Gary, we met with him twice, was proved to be really helpful and collaborative. And I feel like generally this is a pretty good plan. And I think it meets the needs of what we on Spruce Road have been asking for initially. And I think just as out of collaboration and communication, I think having extra time to work with him and talk with him and understand his position and some of the issues, and then him having a chance to talk to us was very helpful. So thank you for that. And I think I just want to stress that although there are 5 panels, I think, that are going to have this Boston ivy, that there's still, I think 12 or 15 more panels that won't have an ivy, like a green barrier. So yes, we are concerned a little bit about the graffiti and the management from that perspective. Although the Boston ivy is, some of us really like it, and some of us feel like it's a good starting ground. It wasn't exactly what we were hoping for. We were hoping for more of a shrub, there's oleander out there right now. Even if it was more oleander or something that just even could be managed at a certain height. I know that seems to be kind of a issue with this fire ladder thing, but there are things that also could have maybe been considered that could have given us more barrier for the dust, which is actually our impetus for being here in the first place. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hi, my name is Hillary Whitman. I live at 16 Spruce, and just wanted to say that my husband and I also have concerns about the maintenance, the graffiti, and really the original reason that we all gathered together to get a solution in play was around the dust. So hoping to either move those bins or come up with a real viable solution to not have it blowing into our homes. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone on Zoom?
I'm just waiting a moment and I see no hands raised on Zoom, Chair Swift.
Did you want to come back up? Yeah.
Want to go back to a little bit of context. This is an employee-owned business struggling through maintaining their economic survival in a field of Home Depots and Lowe's and Friedman's. And we could have a shiny fence and lots of concrete under the bins everywhere. And we would have that Home Depot that's sitting out in San Rafael. And no one in Fairfax wants that. No one in Fairfax wants Fairfax lumber to go anywhere. And a lot of the things that get requested add to the financial burden of a struggling business that's having trouble even just keeping enough employees in order to run it. More than half their business comes out of that yard. So that's just a little bit of context to keep in mind for Fairfax Lumber as they try to manage the situation, and they are trying. It may not seem like it, but it's nothing simple, as we've noted. The sprinklers we did not propose misters. We proposed professional grade sprinklers, as you'll see on those plans. There's nothing about misters. They're Hunter pop-up spray heads that you would use on a lawn. That is the chosen way to knock dust down in any construction site. You use a hose and you wet it down. Moving the bins. Fairfax Lumber put those bins in, I don't know how long ago, Augie, but it was close to $50,000 worth of steel, concrete, and other things that went into that. Moving them in light of all the other things and upkeep that they have that they need to, and delayed capital improvements would be a non-starter. There was not 5 panels of ivy. There's about 11 or 12, I think, as I recall. ivy doesn't just stay on a single panel. I don't want to overplant that and create a difficult maintenance situation long-term. They will move into the other panels. We illustrated, a year or two of growth on that, on those elevations. Adding a bunch of shrubs into the mix of the joy over keeping all these trees, and then additionally adding more shrubs into that mix would just create an untenable fire situation, in my opinion. And I would not draw that on a plan, and I would not propose that for anyone, including my client. And graffiti is an issue for a wood fence. It's an issue for a metal fence. I don't know why that's any different with a metal fence, but no one wants graffiti on the fence. There's a lot of eyes on that fence. I hope that we'll get some support, that Fairfax Lumber will get support from the eyes that are on that fence. And then with regard to dust, there is currently an ongoing effort by ownership to uncover the asphalt in the yard. There is asphalt under all of that gravel and dust we have discovered since we met with you. The crew in the yard, when they had a pocket of spare time, took some time to scrape out a fair bit of it. But as I've noted, they're quite understaffed. They have not been able to continue with that yet. They're trying to figure out how to do it well and without huge impacts. The first round was a little dusty to get it out of there. And they filled up an entire bin with old compacted aggregate base rock. We don't know the full extent of the asphalt, but it's there. You can see it as you drive in. You can see it as you drive out. You can see they've removed some stuff in the main roundabout, and there's still more to be done there, and they intend to continue with that. And I've let the neighbors know about that. I know it's not happening fast enough, but I mean, they can't even keep staff to help load people up. So they're trying the best they can. That's what I got on that. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I will close public comment and bring it back to the commission for discussion. Comments? If no comments, is there anyone that would entertain a motion?
Yeah, I could do that. Yeah, I think the point about graffiti I understand very well. So I'd like to make one change to the resolution. That's on page 2 of the resolution. The second whereas, where it says the fence shall be rust brown color and shall be maintained in good repair. I would add there and free of graffiti, just to make that stipulation. I think that's a fair point. Because it's a metal fence, it's likely that it is easier to be removed than on a wood fence. But other than that, with that addition, I would like to make a motion to approve resolution 2022-30. Resolution for the Fairfax Planning Commission approving application 2022 for a fence height variance and design review permit to allow erection of an 8-foot tall fence along the rear property line.
You have a second?
A second.
Roll call, please.
Newton,
Aye.
Ella,
Aye.
Jansen,
Aye.
Pfeffer,
Aye.
Chair Newton. No, I'm sorry, Chair Swift.
That's okay.
I'm a little tired.
Yes.
Okay, that passes unanimously.
Sure.
Just one observation, and I think just to make that clear, I think what has been done to date is very good, and I understand there's a lot of concern about the dust. I don't ignore that, but I think it is out of scope of this first part. So I think this is a good part move forward, and maybe there's a second part in the future, but one should not handicap the other because then there's no progress at all.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. We're going to go on to.
Chair Swift, there's a appeal period, right?
Oh, sorry. There is an appeal process, 10-day appeals. And you can check with Linda Neal for the process. Thank you. We're going to go on to agenda item 2. 18 Wood Lane. Can we have a staff report, please?
Okay, so the project proposes to construct an approximately 670 square foot, 15-foot tall, detached garage combination workshop on an approximately 3.5 acre property that is located mostly within a ridgeline scenic corridor. The new garage workshop would be located in an existing graded parking area near the 2-story house on the property. It would be clad in burnished cedar lap siding with a gray composition shingle roof. Trim would be white to match the existing house. Eaves would be natural wood color, and no exterior lighting is proposed. The property is located at the end of a relatively broad northeast to southwest trending ridge that separates the San Anselmo Creek Valley from the Deer Park Creek Valley. It ranges in elevation from approximately 140 feet up to approximately 280 feet with an average slope of about 53%. It's covered in native bay and oak woodland, and it's not within a 1/4 mile of a known northern spotted owl nesting site. Because the proposed garage workshop would be within a ridgeline scenic corridor, it requires Planning Commission approval of a design review permit for development in a ridgeline scenic corridor. The project site is not visible from any public gathering places like the library or the ball field or major roadways like Bolinas Road, because of either intervening slopes or vegetation. It would only be visible from Upper Crest Road, and that's identified on plan page A1.1. And as you can see on that page, it's practically imperceptible within the surrounding heavily wooded hillsides. The proposed materials would blend into the surrounding area and match the aesthetic and style of the existing house on the property. It would not extend above the adjacent affected ridgeline and would be well below the adjacent grade, as is shown in attachment C to the staff report. So it's been placed in the most practical location on the project site, an existing flat graded area nestled below the ridgeline. It would not block views of the ridgetop nor negatively alter the scenically attractive character of the ridgeline corridor. And I initially did not receive any comments from the Ross Valley Fire Department on the project, but I did get some today. So their standard conditions of approval and 2 project specific conditions, which were deferred permits for a vegetation management plan and a fire sprinkler system in the garage. So I'd like to recommend that the resolution be revised to include those as conditions 11 through 19. And there were no other agencies or town departments with comments or conditions on the project. So that concludes the staff report. And I'd like to recommend that the commission move to approve application number 23-25 by adopting resolution number 2023-23 with added conditions from Ross Valley Fire Department. So that concludes the staff report.
Question for staff. The plans that we had didn't show any utilities on it, no electricity or anything. Looking at it as a workshop as well as a garage, do you know if there was any intent to have electricity to it? And then some of that would get back to the fire sprinkler issue.
I believe the applicant could answer that question, but I believe that since it would be a workshop, that electricity is proposed to the structure.
Mimi?
So I apologize. Did the resolution I looked at went up to conditions 1 through 10, I think, and you're saying add 11 through 19. And they would be, did you send those out? Are those in a specific?
Mike?
Yeah, I have a couple of copies here. So,
Okay, thank you.
yeah. So well, this one I'll go to.
Any other questions for staff? Is the applicant here? And if so, would you like to come up and make any comments? And then we may have some questions for you. Thanks.
Yeah, my name's Gabriel Dunn. I can answer any questions about this project, but to give an outline of it, it's the family home that I grew up in. This area of this parking area has been various, I would even call it, states of junk and tarps. So our goal here is to really just have a nice waterproof storage area and a place to store our tools and use it as a small workshop, and built to just match the existing architecture of the house and not impact the turnaround. So we've been working with the town to figure out what is the minimum requirements for that, and finding the fire requirements such as the sprinklers, and there will be no plumbing in this building. It's a standard workshop with electricity, and utilizing the space in a way that really blends in and very minimal and low impact.
Any commissioners have questions for the applicant? Robert?
The turnaround, the area that's left over once the garage is built, does that comply for turning a vehicle from the fire department?
Yeah, it can support an up to 25-foot truck, which can come up there and turn around in I think it's like a half of a T, the L shape turnaround.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions from the commission for the applicant? Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to open this to public comments. Does anyone in the audience have a comment on this application? Does anyone on Zoom?
I see no hands raised, Chair Swift.
Thanks. Then I'm going to close public comment and bring it back to the commission for discussion. Or a motion. Robert?
Yeah, it's interesting, nicely nested in that space that's right at the foot of the higher part of the mountain. So I would like to make a motion to approve the resolution with the inclusion of the Ross Fire Valley Department comments 11 through 19. The only note on those comments is that in 15 and 16, it talks about a residence, and you might want to correct that it applies to a garage. So with that, I would like to make a motion to approve resolution number 2023-23, resolution of the Fairfax Planning Commission approving application number 2325 for a design review permit for the construction of an approximately 668 square foot detached garage workshop in a ridgeline scenic corridor with the addition of Ross Valley Fire Department comments 11 through 19 as distributed during this meeting.
Do you
I'd
have a
like
second?
to
Oh, go ahead.
make a friendly amendment that we actually look at that language that you pointed out. And I just noticed it because I just read through it without seeing that. But obviously, it refers to sleeping rooms, and we're not approving sleeping rooms. And it also refers to the number of stories. So I wonder if there's a way to revise just that paragraph. Sorry, let's show that to somebody. 16, I think.
Yeah, 16, 15 and 16,
15.
they clearly reference a residence. And so that
Right.
language would need to be adopted to reflect it's a garage workshop. And I think staff can take it from there to make that correction. That's what I would
So
rely
the
on.
amendment would be with appropriate edits to reflect the nature of the structure that we're approving
Yeah.
this for.
I agree. I accept that.
And for clarity on that, it's possible that 15 and 16 should just be deleted from this since it
Well, I don't
does-
think so. I think they set forth a minimum number of, yeah, I think that might
Well,
be.
15's dealing with smoke detectors in a sleeping room, 16's dealing with carbon monoxide alarms. So I think the thought here is that these are the standard requirements from Ross Valley Fire that would apply to a residence and not a garage. So
Did you give us your only
It-
copy so you don't know what we're talking about?
Yeah. I would make the next recommendation. I think it's obvious we're dealing not with a bedroom or a residence. So I would like to leave it to staff working with the Ross Fire Valley Department to see what they might require a smoke detector in there. I do not know the yes or no to that.
I will second your motion based on that understanding.
Okay. So to summarize that last comment,
We
Um,
believe, oh, okay. Did you want to do it or do you want me to do tell you what we think we can do?
go for it.
sure, go ahead.
So I do believe that 15 and 16 should come out because there aren't smoke detectors and carbon monoxide detectors required in detached accessory structures unless they're used as like bedrooms and things. So I think we can delete those. And number 14, we're going to make it clear that and it's what the fire department requires, that the sprinkler system be installed in the proposed garage workshop. Because the fire department doesn't require them to go back and sprinkler the house. It's just the new structure. So would that work for everybody? Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Do we have a second? Oh, we did.
Oh, I had a second.
Okay, good. All right. Okay, I'll call roll. Newton,
Aye.
Bella,
Aye.
Jansen,
Aye.
Pfeffer,
Aye.
Chair Swift.
Aye. Motion passes and there is a 10-day appeal process and information on that can be gathered from the planning department. Thank you. Thank you. So moving on to item 3, 66 Cascade Drive, a remodel and primary bedroom addition. Can we have the staff report, please?
Okay, so this project proposes an approximately 440 square foot primary bedroom addition to an approximately 1,200 square foot 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom house, resulting in an approximately 1,600 square foot 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom house. The addition would be approximately 15 feet tall. A rear deck would be replaced with a larger deck. A deck at the front of the house would be legalized because the property owner constructed it, not realizing that it needed planning commission approval since it didn't require a building permit. 2 tandem standard sized off-street parking spaces are proposed, one in the existing legally non-conforming garage and one in the front and one in front of the garage in the driveway. Both spaces would be in the minimum and combined side yard setbacks. The site is developed with a house, the garage, 2 small storage structures, and a detached pergola. The house meets the requirements of the RS6 residential zone that it's in, and the project site is not within a quarter mile of a known northern spotted owl nesting site. The project requires Planning Commission approval of a conditional use permit since it proposes improvements to a property that doesn't meet the minimum size or width based on the slope. And because a bedroom addition is proposed, the property is required to be brought into compliance with current parking standards, or a variance or approval of a variance by the Planning Commission is required. Current parking standards prohibit parking in a required side yard and tandem off-street parking for the principal residence. So the project requires a variance to allow tandem parking in a required side yard. The proposed bedroom addition would comply with setback, height, FAR, and lot coverage requirements. Both decks comply with the setback and height regulations and would not increase the lot coverage on the property due to their pervious nature. There are many properties in the project vicinity with garages and or tandem parking in the side yard setback, such as nearby 88 Cascade, which is a 6-bedroom, 2-bath, 100 Cascade, which is a 3-bedroom, 1.5 bath, 101 Cascade, 2-bedroom and 1 bath, and then 104 Cascade, which is a 3-bedroom, 2-bath. Legalizing the use of tandem parking in the driveway would be the least disruptive option for creating a legal second off-street parking space for the residents. The strict application of this title would deprive the property owner of other privileges enjoyed by other property owners in the vicinity and under identical zone classification. And it would not create a safety hazard or any other condition inconsistent with the objectives of the zoning ordinance. The only project-specific conditions of approval from outside agencies were from Ross Valley Fire Department and include deferred permits for a vegetation management plan and a fire sprinkler systems for both buildings. No other town departments placed conditions on the project. And there are some changes that I would like to recommend, just read into the record for the resolution. Some of them are recommended by a commissioner and some are typos. The first one being the resolution would to include the type of variance being requested. So currently it just says that a conditional use permit and a variance is part of the resolution, but it would read a resolution of the Fairfax Planning Commission approving application number 23-26 for a conditional use permit and a variance to allow tandem parking in a required side yard for a remodel and an approximately 440 square foot primary bedroom addition at 66 Cascade Drive. So that would just be inserted into the title. And then on page 2, after the first 2 paragraphs, the title for the variance, I think there should be an in that. So it says variance to allow tandem parking, a required side yard, and it should read variance to allow tandem parking in a required side yard. And then on page 3, there is condition number 7 at the bottom of the page. And I think we could clarify this a little bit. So currently it reads, prior to issuance of an occupancy permit, the planning department and building official shall field check the completed project to verify that any and all planning or commission conditions and required engineering improvements have been complied with. So what I would like to do is to strike after the all, so planning or commission conditions and required engineering improvements would be removed, and instead it would read, I should probably just read it all together so it makes more sense. Prior to issuance of an occupancy permit, the planning department and building official shall field check the completed project to verify that any and all conditions of project approval contained within this resolution and engineering plan check requirements have been complied with. So that's just to add a little clarity to that. And then I think there's one last one on page 5, and that's condition 16. So it says all exterior fixtures must be dark sky compliant, and dark sky instead of lowercase would be capitalized. So that concludes the staff report, and staff recommends that the commission move to adopt the resolution with the modifications.
Thank you. Do any commissioners have questions for staff, Robert?
Just looking for confirmation. The only variance we're looking at is for the parking in the side yard, correct? Which is existing condition.
Correct.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions for staff?
The town hasn't heard from any of the neighbors who we have a little sign statements from in the back of the packet, have they?
No, we didn't get any comments.
Anyone else for staff? No? Okay, then is the applicant here? You'd like to come up and say a few words if you'd like?
Sure. Hi, Daniel McKenzie, 66 Cascade. Yeah, so we bought the house in 2018. My wife and I, and then we had a baby and we started working at home. So both started working at home. So we, the house that once fit us is just a little tight these days. So we're looking to just add, make kind of one room into an office and have one room into a bedroom kind of thing and have a room for our daughter. And so at the suggestion of Linda and Kara, I went around and talked to all of our neighbors. So every neighbor that the property touches, including the neighbors across the street and even some down the street. And they were all very supportive. A few of them had done similar things in the past. So they had questions, but all of them were very supportive. And it was actually really helpful exercise to just connect with them and make sure they knew what was happening. So I want to make sure that it's done respectfully, and the one neighbor that the building would be closest to, I've been in really close contact to make sure they've rented the house, but they've rented the house for a long time. So I've worked to make sure that they're comfortable with our plans and the construction, and that's all been really smooth so far. And I think that's it.
Thanks. Yep, sorry. Does anyone have questions for the applicant? I had one question for you. There's a storage shed in the back against the fence. Are you planning to keep that?
So
the small shed?
Yeah. I would, if it's recommended that I take it down, I could easily do that. What I did right now is I removed all the walls and the floor. So it's basically open so water can, get in, so it doesn't affect the water table. But I'd be open to a recommendation. It's nice to have it, but it's not necessary if it's a problem.
So is it no longer a shed, just a
roof?
A roof?
Yeah, and I can keep it that way too.
Okay. Right, thank you.
You're welcome. Thanks. Nice to meet you.
So I'm going to open it up now for public comment. Does anyone in the room have any public comments on this application? Does anyone on Zoom?
I'll just remind our audience on Zoom that now would be the time to raise your hand if you'd like to comment on this item. And I see no hands raised.
Thank you. I'm going to close public comment and bring it back to the commission for discussion.
Can I just follow up
Sorry,
on?
go ahead.
No, I just want to follow up on the question that Commissioner Jansen raised. So in the title of the resolution, you're recommending a change to refer to a variance. Well, it would say a resolution of the Fairfax Planning Commission approving application number 2326 for a variance for the tandem parking and required side yard setback and conditional use permit for a remodel. Is that okay? Thanks.
Just wanted to say congratulations on your growing family. Hope the construction goes well.
Any other discussion points or a motion?
I'll make a motion. Motion to approve resolution number 2023-24, resolution of the Fairfax Planning Commission approving application number 23-26 for a conditional use permit and variance for allowing tandem parking in the required side yard setback. And an approximately 440 square foot primary bedroom addition at 66 Cascade Drive. That includes that first staff recommended change in the title and 3 subsequent comments as noted before. And I think that is the resolution.
We have a second?
Second.
Okay, Newton,
Aye.
Bella,
Aye.
Jansen,
Aye.
Pfeffer,
Aye.
Chair Swift.
Aye. Motion carries. There is a 10-day appeal process, and information on that can be received from the planning department. Thank you. Our next item on the agenda is 12 Barker Avenue, application 2326. Can we have the staff report, please?
Here we go. So the project encompasses construction of an approximately 229-foot extension of Barker Avenue, an approximately 434-foot private driveway fire truck hammerhead turnaround, an approximately 3,347 square foot single-family residence, and an approximately 492 square foot junior accessory dwelling unit, part of the residence, a 997 square foot detached accessory dwelling unit, and an approximately 500 square foot garage. The project complies with all the regulations for the upland residential 7 zone where it's located. So it meets the setback regulations, it complies with the height limits, it complies with the floor area ratio limit and the lot coverage limitation. It does require the following discretionary permits from the Planning Commission. It requires a hill area residential development permit and an excavation permit. And I'm going to discuss the excavation permit with the hill area residential development permit because the findings to approve those are very similar. So the purpose of the HRD ordinance is to encourage the maximum retention of natural topographic features, minimize grading of hillside areas, provide safe ingress and egress for vehicles and pedestrians within hillside areas, minimize water runoff and soils erosion during and after construction, prevent loss of life, injuries, property damage, and economic dislocations from geologic hazards, and to ensure that infill development of hillside lots is of a size and scale appropriate to the property and consistent with other properties in the vicinity with the same zone classification. And the findings for the excavation permit: that the health, welfare, and safety of the public will not be affected. Adjacent property owners are adequately protected by the project investigation from geologic hazards as a result of the work. Adjacent properties are adequately protected by the project design from drainage and erosion problems. Visual and scenic enjoyment of the area by others will not be adversely affected by the project more than is necessary. Natural landscaping will not be removed more than is necessary. And that the time of year when construction takes place is such that the work will not result in the exposure of unstable excavated slopes. And those are very similar to the HRD findings. So in 1991, the town of Fairfax rezoned some of the larger properties in its residential areas upland residential. The approximately 9-acre site was one of those properties. While most of the UR sites are zoned UR10 with a minimum required lot size of 10 acres, 2 parcels, this Barker site and the lot at 232 Hillside, for some reason were zoned UR7. The 232 Hillside site is only like 4.5 acres in size, so I'm not exactly sure what that was all about. So the only other piece of property we have to compare this site to is the lot at 232 Hillside. It's the only one that shares the same zoning. The house, garage, fire truck, turnaround, driveway have been located on the most level portion of the site at an elevation of 320. The lowest point, and it's on the lowest point of a ridge line that starts south of the proposed house site at an elevation of approximately 376 above sea level, which then descends northward towards the level project site, which is kind of the toe of the ridge line. The area is already almost devoid of mature trees, so construction in this area will require the removal of the fewest trees, and construction of the house foundation in this location will require less excavation than if the house was located immediately at the end of the improved portion of Barker Avenue, where it would have to be carved into the upsloping hillside. They originally came in with a proposal to extend Barker a lot further and put the house further up, and that they ended up revising it kind of somewhere in the middle because it couldn't be designed at the bottom. That's like, it's an intermittent stream location, and it would have disrupted that to try to carve parking and everything in at the bottom where the road ends right now. The proposed private driveway up to the level area of the site's been located to minimize tree removal and allows for the construction of a Ross Valley Fire Department fire truck shunt turnaround adjacent to the proposed garage, and maintains the maximum driveway slope and curvature to be accessible to large fire trucks. Most of the excavation required for this development will be to improve the Barker Avenue road extension and the private driveway. But no easy feat. The project excavation and fill have been balanced by incorporating filled patios below the main house and adjacent to the detached ADU, as well as by filling areas north and east of the private driveway and east of the roadway extension. Impacts of the fill on the north side of the driveway on the existing trees will be eliminated by minimizing the fill or installing tree wells around the heritage trees in that area. Due to the cut being balanced with the project fill, the off-haul of the project site has been kept to 260 cubic yards, and that's not very much. So it's kind of the design was intended to minimize the impacts of trucks hauling a bunch of dirt in and out on the neighbors. And it's a neighborhood with very narrow streets, and they're busy streets. So, okay. The site drainage plan incorporates a rainwater harvesting system using rain barrels and cisterns to collect stormwater for future landscaping irrigation use. Exterior patio areas, except for stairways and landings, will be pervious to allow water to soak into the ground underneath the development. There are 4 proposed cisterns, one north of the garage, one east of the ADU, one directly below the south side of the house, and one at the beginning of the roadway extension. Water collection barrels are placed underneath 2 of the circular decks on the east side of the main residence. A water collection grate and channel are located along with a detention cistern and bioretention area are proposed at the base of the roadway to collect and direct subgrade water and above grade water to the 2 catch basins at the intersection of Barker and Porteous Avenue. When you compare the proposal for this 9-acre site with the only other site in town, so located in a UR7 zone, the house at 232 Hillside, the Planning Commission approved a permit to allow that house to be constructed within the Ridgeline Scenic Corridor in 1995, accessed by a 544-foot long private driveway with walls reaching up to 12 feet in height. At that time, it was prior to the current state-driven mandatory ADU regulations. The commission approved a detached caretaker's ADU also within the Ridgeline Scenic Corridor in accordance with the Title 17 regulations in place at that time. Subsequently, the Planning Commission granted a conditional use permit in 2014 for another ADU in the basement below the main residence for a person employed on the site. So the proposed project is very similar to the existing project at 232 Hillside. So with regards to the design for the design review permit, the mostly 1-story building has nonlinear walls, varied roof lines, and window shapes and sizes, and it will not conflict with any of the various architectural styles you can view throughout the Deer Park subdivision development, and it will create a well-composed, articulated design while still maintaining most of the forested portions of the 9-acre site untouched, except for annual maintenance involving the removal of invasive plant species, dead trees, and diseased trees that may threaten other healthy trees on the site. The 3,347 square foot single-family home and 500 square foot garage are in proportion with the 9-acre site, and the exterior of the structures have balance and unity among their features, presenting a harmonious appearance. The project requires a tree removal permit, and it requires the removal of 127 trees. The Fairfax Tree Committee reviewed this and discussed the proposed tree removal plan at their February 27th, 2023 meeting, at which time they reviewed the arborist report, in which the project ISA certified master arborist Benjamin Anderson noted as follows: given the size and tree density on the property, this is a small percentage of the overall tree population, and these removals will not change the look or feel of the parcel. I have seen an overall improvement in the health of the trees on the site in the years since Mr. Query began his clearing work, despite the ongoing drought and no supplemental water added to the landscape. This is likely the result of decreased competition for resources from the removal of small trees and invasive species in the understory. The tree committee recommends that the Planning Commission approve all the requested tree removals, subject to the condition that no trees be altered or removed until the building permit for the project is issued. The applicants are asking to exceed the maximum floor area that's listed in the FAR ordinance of the town. It used to be 5,000 square foot, and then the town lowered it to 3,500 square feet. And they are asking to exceed that 3,500 square foot maximum house size by 339 square feet. But I would remind you that they are also providing a JADU, which is a third unit there. The code allows the Planning Commission to grant exceptions if the project site is 1 acre or more in size, and provided the exception would not be a grant of special privilege or be inconsistent with the intent of the general plan or the zoning ordinance. And as we stated before, it's very similar to the house at 232 Hillside. It's actually going to provide, 3 units on the site. Therefore, granting an exception for the main residence to exceed the maximum 3,500 square foot FAR will not be a grant of special privilege, and it's not inconsistent with the intent of the general plan or the zoning ordinance. Due to the topography of the site, the project also requires various retaining wall height variances. There's areas of the driveway wall. Let's see, I better read it out loud or I'll forget it. Let's see. The walls to create the driveway vary from 5 feet to 13 feet in height, and the 13-foot retaining walls are on the south side of the garage. And the 13-foot facade faces into the driveway where the turnaround is. So that's facing the garage. It's not facing Porteous or Myrna. It's not facing neighboring houses. And it's just necessary to get the required turnaround area. So the retaining walls being proposed are the minimum heights necessary to create the required building sites, access driveway, fire truck turnaround, fire truck driveway shunt turnaround, and access driveway with curvature and slopes to meet the Ross Valley Fire Standard 212, California Fire Code 503.2.3, and Marin County Code Title 24, Chapter 2404, Section 2 driveways. The driveway walls will not be visible to any of the neighboring developed properties. However, one of the planning commissioners pointed out that the retaining wall on the west side of the beginning of the Barker roadway extension probably will be visible to the house at 10 Barker. But it's just a short area, and I think I look at the plans, I think at that point, it's like, I don't know, varies from like maybe 2 to 6 feet in height. So they're not looking at a 13-foot tall wall, but maybe I better check that. I'll check it in a minute when I'm done with my staff report. So the granting of the retaining wall height variance will not have a significant visual impact or be detrimental on the public welfare or injurious to properties in the vicinity, because the walls will be engineered for safety, and most of them will not be visible to anyone other than the people living on or visiting the project site. Project also requires a revocable encroachment permit, because there are going to be the driveway approach retaining walls project a little bit into the Barker Avenue roadway, but it's an area that's not currently used by pedestrians or vehicles, and it's not going to obstruct, anyone's pedestrian access beyond that. One of the neighbors asked if the roadway extension was going to lead to any additional development. It is not. The Barker Avenue dead ends. There's no other lots out there that haven't been built on. It backs up to a lot of the houses on Wood Lane. They're already developed. So I guess someone could try to come in and maybe put an accessory structure back there, but it's not gonna lead to development of any undeveloped sites. So we're recommending that you approve application 2327 by adopting resolution number 2023-25, setting forth the findings and the conditions for the project approval.
Does the commission have any questions for staff? Robert?
Yes, I have a few. Early on in the staff report, page 2, it speaks about an earlier submission for the same project. When was that?
Oh, boy. Maybe like 2 years ago. You'd have to ask the applicants. It's been quite a while.
Well, it's recent. 2 years is not that long ago, but okay.
Oh, it sounds like a long time to me.
All right.
I mean, our last planning director was still here, I think. It was Matt Tacker. I'm trying to remember when Matt Tacker worked here. Are you in the, well, anyway,
Okay.
I think it was 2 years ago.
Roughly. Yeah, sure. Close enough.
could be
Thank you. I think you touched on it, but so this is not in a protected ridgeline zone.
Oh, did I forget?
Just not. It's
So it is an original scenic corridor, but that's why I was explaining that it is the lowest portion of the ridge line. It's like I don't know what you want to call it, the toe. It's like the house is going to be at 320 and the top of the ridge that it's the end of actually gets up to 600 above sea level. And so when you're on a ridge line site like that, if the staff makes a determination that that's like the best place for the house, as long as your roof line doesn't go 15 feet above the adjacent higher portion of the ridge line, it's okay to approve it, right? So that's it's very similar to the house on Power Lane that you just did. So the ridgeline code doesn't say you can't build in the ridgeline. It says that you need to keep it to like, I have to look it up, 1 story in height, right? And a certain
And a certain distance, if possible, in relation to the top of the ridge. You know, we don't want to take people's property, you know, and have it constituted taking. So we have to look at what the, you know, the best spot, the lowest down on the land, basically. I think.
I'll read the exact language.
Yeah, that's not exactly my question.
Oh,
The
so then I'm not understanding.
the visual resources map indicates you where those zones are. That's more or less replicated on the site plan. And what it appears to say is that the house and the other structures around it are just outside that zone. And if it was inside, a different section would be triggered, if I understand correctly.
Well, but that's why I attached our map.
Right.
And you're
Because
conflating, aren't you conflating the visual resource map with the ridgeline ordinance?
You're talking, I think you're talking about their their circle that was on their topographic map.
They included in one of their maps the visual resources map. Is that what
Yes,
you're
correct.
referring
Yes,
to?
so if you look at the
And-
visual resources
And
map,
that is part of our general plan
right,
that, you know, you have to look to see whether it impacts views from like the downtown area and things like that. But
Yeah,
the
gathering
ridgeline
places.
corridor ordinance is a separate question, if that helps.
correct. So my question is
Mhm.
about the visual resources map.
This one.
Right.
Okay.
The very fuzzy one.
Yes, go ahead.
And it's just outside the green fuzzy part, the houses, meaning you are not inside that view corridor. And that's also what I read in the documents in the site plan, because that same map is referenced on drawing. I can tell you where it shows up. And so my question is just to confirm that that is correct.
I don't know that I would entirely agree with that.
So if you go to sheet 1.1,
Mm-hmm.
then there is an approximate boundary of the Ridgeline Scenic Corridor Protection Area per 1974 Visual Resource Map 9. That's the same map. And that dotted line, well, it's sort of 1/3 of the property, 1/4 of the property is in there. The rest is outside of that. And the
Yeah.
development is outside of that.
So. I'm not
So the
exactly
question is that true? And does that mean that the code section related to that do not
I
apply?
believe you were on the commission when we were trying to update our visual resources map. Oh, he wasn't on it. Okay. So,
I'm going to ask it at the end of this meeting.
now I wish I'd brought the other map. So we have another map that puts the ridge lines actually on the parcels, right? But let me ask where you're going with that. So, if it is out, then it doesn't need that section of the design review.
Right.
Right.
1706.
I think that due to questions that have kind of been raised as to, I'm trying to remember how it was explained by the last planning director. It's not that the map was inaccurate, it's that it didn't necessarily accurately depict the 150 feet out, you know, the way it's worded. You want me to read it?
Well, again, I think we're mixing up apples and oranges.
No. Let me finish the question. The
Okay.
question is simply just whether it complies or
So
not.
I believe-
Section
I believe that-
17060, does that get invoked or not? Well, the way I
I
understand it,
believe-
it doesn't. And
Well,
that's
I
the
believe
question.
It's in the ridge line, because when you stand on that site, you're on a ridge, you're on the ridge.
Sure.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and my understanding of where the story poles were is they're on the ridge line. So I don't necessarily agree, but I'm not sure that really it's not going to affect my analysis of the project, because I believe we can grant approval to allow them to build on that knoll, which I believe is part of the ridge line. If people don't agree with me,
So
then
here,
you can.
yeah. So this is the bottom of the question.
Mhm.
The staff report nor the reso talks about 17060. And that's the section that applies to if it is.
17060.
That's the section that, and I think there's a question from the public on that as well. So that's where my question comes from. Does it or doesn't it apply? And that's driven by
So
that resource map.
17060, right?
Mm-hmm.
Says you need design review. And in the staff report, we cover the findings required to build in a ridge line, as is indicated in 17060. 17060-070, approval of design review application required findings.
Mm-hmm.
So we discussed that in the design review section of our staff report. And I believe we put those findings in the resolution. So there's no findings in the Ridgeline Scenic Corridor ordinance for building on the ridgeline. It references the design review section. Do you have the code in front of you?
I don't.
You want to look at my section?
Sure.
Okay.
17. So because this is section, the findings come from section 1707210.
No, the findings are in 17.0, the Ridgeline Development Ordinance.
Okay. So,
I'm going to take it up there.
and those are the ones that are mentioned.
Here's the Ridgeline Ordinance, right? And here are the
Mhm.
findings saying that it's a design review application, right?
Okay.
And it refers you back to the design review chapter.
Okay.
it's-
So, and those are the findings that are shown in the staff report under, yeah, that's the health, welfare and safety, visual scenic enjoyment.
Yes.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Now, just trying to tie it together.
Any other questions for staff?
I
Yeah.
believe I had, oh, sorry.
Oh.
Sorry.
No, I'm hogging everything here, but I think I had another one.
Was it? Oh.
Well, I stand corrected. I don't see it. No,
Was it about the,
sorry.
was it about the fill on the north side of the driveway? I thought you had a question.
No, I
Oh,
think
okay.
I'll ask that from the applicant.
Mimi?
Linda, if this residence had sought approval without the JADU as part of the plans, it's actually, oh, I'm on like under the 3,500.
Correct.
So the only reason it exceeds the 3,500 is because of the JADU. If they had just sought the approval of the residents and added the JADU a year from now, we wouldn't have to do anything about that, right? It would be a ministerial
It would be within
approval
the
and
existing
there's
house, right.
no. Okay, thank you. And then, yeah, I just keep wanting to come back to the visual resources map that Commissioner Jansen was referring to in his questions. I think because map number 9, first off, I think what the other planning director had commented on was that it's not exact. It's not got GIS mapping,
Right.
right? We've got
Right.
magic marker on
Thank you.
a
That's what I was trying to say.
on a on a contour map of the elevations, basically. And that's the best we've got for the moment. But really, the issues that I think the neighbor had raised were about the view shed, basically, where the structure to be proposed from where it could be seen against the ridge line. As somebody who lives at the bottom of one of the ridges myself and has a particular structure that always sticks in my craw, I'm just wondering about the difference between, well, I take that back. In the general plan, there is a whole lot of information about the visual resources and the need to protect the visual resources in the general plan. And a lot of the focus of that is what you can see from downtown Fairfax, right? And Bolinas Road, as you mentioned, I think in the staff report. But there's also a reference to the neighborhood streets. And I'm just wondering if, you had a comment about well, I would like to see some reference to the general plans
In the reso.
in the reso. We've got the LU sections, but not, I think, the conservation element, quote, citations in there. So that's one issue for me.
Do you know if there are any?
I believe
don't-
there are, but I don't have that memorized.
Yeah, neither do I. Okay.
So it's just a thought. I mean, it's,
Mhm.
we could look it up while we're talking here, multitasking. But then, yeah, to what extent do you think that the proposed structure impacts the neighborhood visuals?
So if you remember the house at 161 Upper Ridgeway, right? That could be.
Oh, I remember
could
that
be
one.
Seen from an entire neighborhood across the way, and it was pretty close proximity, right? In my opinion, this house doesn't have a substantial impact on anyone's view. It's like it's in a developed neighborhood. It's surrounded by development except on the backside, right? And people in those neighborhoods, they already look at other houses that are up on the hillsides. You know what I mean? And so when I try to review a project, if like, let's say you could see this site from the children's center, right? The ridge that the ridge connects with, it overlooks the children's center and the horse stable. If you could see the house from the children's center, I would say, yeah, maybe you need to nestle it into the trees more. But I mean, it's on a site in an approved subdivision that's mostly developed with homes, and you're not going to necessarily find anywhere to put it where nobody's going to see anything. So that's my take on it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I have a follow-on question
Go ahead.
based on Commissioner Newton's question. So the square footage listed in the staff report in the table, it shows the main house plus the JADU. But then yet the JADU is also exempt. So why is it added in here? And
the ordinance exempts one accessory dwelling unit. It doesn't exempt the JADUs from being counted towards the floor area ratio.
okay, so because in this case you have an ADU, the JADU is counted in there,
Right.
which means the house exceeds the
Right.
normal size. It doesn't matter what you put in there. If you were to have a house that would be less than, if you take the main original house, which is less than 3,500, and you would have an exempt ADU on the site, and you would then later like to grow it beyond the 3,500, you wouldn't be able to do that.
I'd have to read it again.
That's the part I
You know,
didn't understand.
so it,
That makes a lot of sense. Thank you for
they've changed
clarifying.
they've changed the second unit ordinances so many times. When we first started out, the JADU had to be within an existing residence. That's how it was first worded. And now I don't know if it's worded that you can add oh, I wish Kara was still here, but she left. She's our ADU expert. But let me just take a look. Real quick.
It's
Well, let me ask a question to
I
that.
mean, okay, this is the answer. It doesn't matter whether it is or not. I mean, if you can add it on, you can. If it puts them over the maximum 35, they'd be back in front of you for this very same thing. You know what I'm saying? Because the code keeps it restricts main structures to 3,500 square
right.
feet.
So you have to always count it. That's the answer.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So
This is Kylie. If you wanted me to answer the JADU question, I could answer that.
Yes.
Yes, please.
Junior accessory dwelling units need to be entirely contained within an existing or proposed single-family structure. So you wouldn't be able to add to do a JADU. It would need to be within the existing structure, or in this case, being proposed.
Okay, that makes
So
sense.
they need the exception.
So let me ask a question related to the exception. We have the ability to grant an exception, and in this circumstance, makes sense. But where do we reference that in the reso that we have granted an exception to the floor area? And perhaps we
I
should.
don't know that you need to, because you're not granting an exception to the floor area ratio. The floor area ratio is 0.4. You're granting an exception to the maximum house size limit, which happens to be described in the FAR ordinance, right?
Right. And I said the maximum floor area,
The maximum house size.
the maximum house size, sorry.
Right.
So going back to my question,
I guess floor area house size. Yeah.
um,
I'm going to.
if we're granting that exception,
Mhm.
then shouldn't we address that in the reso?
If you feel it should be in there, then go for it.
Thank you.
I think, this is the first one we've ever had. So
Okay.
I was kind of winging it. There were no like real findings, and it wasn't a variance. It was called an exception to the maximum house size. You know what I mean? It's worded in kind of a
Okay, we
different
can
kinda
get
way.
to that when we,
Yeah, if you feel
if we get
you
to,
feel-
to the reso, we'll get to that part of it. I had some questions or clarifications just on the reso itself, so I might as well get those out.
Yeah, and I forgot to include the change that you recommended on the
So I can just go over
excavation amounts. Yep.
the reso title says we're approving 23,
Yes, I got that one.
25. It's application 25, 27.
Yep.
I had a question on the excavation permit that we're granting that we don't really address that, but maybe you'll address that with a reso as far as the findings in the reso.
Yes, and so
Okay.
I had this suggestion when you brought that
Okay.
to my attention.
Um,
Do you want me to do it now or wait till you get all your
we can
comments
wait
done?
then. And then we refer to this as in the RS6, but it's the UR7.
Mhm.
And the last page, we're adopting a reso in September, not February.
Yes,
So I just
thank
wanted
you.
to get those out there.
I got that one.
Any other questions for staff on this? Is the applicant here and would like to come up and speak to this and answer any questions we might have? Thanks.
I'm Gary Millar. I'm the architect on the project. All three of us would like to make a short statement. Is that permitted? The owners and the applicant? And
Sure.
then I also have a diagram of the site that I wanted to put on an easel for you. Is that permitted? Okay. So I'll let Matt or Medea address you first while I set up that other exhibit.
Hey, thanks y'all for being here. Just want to say we've been in Fairfax for 20 years now. Been looking for a place to build in Fairfax for about 22. Really excited to be part of this community, which we've been a part of for a long time. And we've been clearing Scotch brim on 8 acres, probably about 400,000 cubic feet of it in that property and fire breaking there for the last almost 5 years. So we're excited to be part of the community over there. We're on Cascade now, excited to build a house ourselves, and just wanted to know kind of who we are. That's it. Thanks.
Hi, everybody. I'm Mireya Query. I'm so excited, as Matt said, to be able to build this home here. I have parents here, a brother. I'm the oldest of 7. I'm eager to welcome them when they come to visit. I'm also eager to think about my aging parents, Matt's aging parents, in terms of what we can provide for a space for them. I come from a family of teachers. I think there's 4 teachers in my family, several artists, musicians. We're a pretty humble family, and the fact that this opportunity is happening is kind of sending a ripple of hope for all of them, as a place that they can think of as home as they've gone out into the States to find their way. And Matt and I are excited to provide just a grounding for them whenever they do come to town. I'm a biker as far as transportation. I love getting around by bike, bringing my jars down to Good Earth, filling them there. Just basically being a part of the town, supporting our local musicians. This is definitely a huge piece of my heart as far as caretaking a property like this. The clearing, getting to know the trees, being excited about what we can also add to the property as far as saplings that are natives. I was an outdoor education teacher. And so I'm excited to continue nourishing the plants there on the property and doing what we can to support the community that we're already a part of, but also the micro community that we will join when we hopefully move to Barker. So thanks for reviewing this.
Sorry, can you see that? It's sort of exaggerated, but first of all, thank you for reviewing this. The process in Fairfax here is very interesting, but it's been a very good process. It started out that Matt and Medea had kind of a different staff when they first started building this or designing this project. When they got ready to submit for the design review and hillside residential development permits, they realized they probably would do better if they had someone that was more local to help them through. And that's when they hired me. That was 2 years ago, but they've been working on it for 4.5 years. In the, you've seen what the building is. That's pretty obvious when you look at, and you can see that there's a site that is most natural to have the building, which is that knoll. The knoll is right on the edge of that scenic quarter, but it isn't in the area of the scenic quarter that is of significant view. You know, that's the red hatch. The picture of the map that was put in the staff report had a pretty big circle. We're just like on the very edge of that circle. Matt and Medea have spent a lot of time working on that forest. They've purchased a lot of equipment to clear off dead trees and dead limbs and chip everything up. They've removed Scotch broom from a lot of it. So they're clearly invested in their property. Because of the planning staff and the Miller Pacific contractors that worked with the staff, our project got much more developed, much more vetted. So it's a good process. And although you are only talking to me now for the first time, there has been a great deal of iteration between staff and consultants for the town and our design team. As a result, we've brought in an additional soils engineer. The one we had retired during that 4-year period. The one we ended up hiring is much more in line with the more formal lab report, kind of soils report that the site warrants and that Miller Pacific insisted on. And we extended the contract of the civil engineer on the project to handle storm mitigation. So a great deal of thought's been put into that, and you can see that in the design review documents. I wanted to talk a little bit about the siting of the house and the process we use to develop where the road goes, how far the road extension goes, why the driveway is where it is, and why the house is where it is. So if we start with the extension of the roadway, that's the brownish part of the diagram there. You can see there's a blue arc around the property. That shows the Barker Avenue right-of-way. It's a 40-foot right-of-way. We're putting a 20-foot road in there. In the first part of that extension, we put that roadway as far up the hill as we could on the right-of-way. That was in deference to the people at 10 Barker Avenue, who, because we're increasing the turn off of the developed part of Barker onto that extension, that had to have a decent radius in order to accommodate the fire department. By pushing it up to the uphill side, we do have a retaining wall on the uphill side of that road, but we have no retaining wall on the lower part. The retaining wall doesn't start until past 10 Barker, and you can see on the green, that green line there, that's the line of a low wall on the downhill side of the right-of-way. That's the only section of wall. It goes from 2 feet to 5 feet back to 2 feet. So it's a very low wall. It's going to be built with soldier piles and lagging, and we're proposing that we use concrete lagging so that it's much more durable than the wood and doesn't introduce pressure treated wood in the area above those properties. Once we make the turn, we were going to go all the way. When I first came on the project, we were going to go all the way up and all the way up to here and then turn. So we were going to go twice as far. We're going to go twice as far with the roadway, but that would have meant that the roadway is 20 feet wide for twice as far. And at that point, where we left the roadway, where we've ended the roadway now, is where the steepest part of that roadway is. So anything we do past that is going to level out and go along the back of the other properties and doesn't afford us any ability to get up to the height, the location of the turnaround for the fire department with the proper slope. So the former architect had that way up on the retaining walls and everything like that. And we said, no, we can't do that. So everything we've done now is to try to put all the development and retaining walls on the uphill side of the roadways. That way they're not visible from down below on Porteous, and they're also not hanging out over the heads of the people on Porteous, and there's nothing close to Wood Lane's properties. That right of way provides a very good buffer between our development and the properties on Wood. Next thing we changed from the other application, which really doesn't matter if it's from the other application, the design that we wanted to pursue was something that was on the 316 contour line, which is the dashed line, red line that you see through the middle of the house. So you can see the house is actually shaped like the hill, and that's really what informed that circular shape. Then we raised the house up, the floor level of the house up, but then dropped the eave line on that eastern side of the house, the curved side of the house, down, so it's 8 feet at the plate line there, so that we could keep that eave line down low. Now that has the benefit of creating the courtyard. By raising the floor level up, we were able to save a tree in that courtyard that is one of the nicer valley oaks that is in that area. And also by being up higher, we didn't impact at all a live oak tree that's at the head of the courtyard. So it really worked out well to do that. And because we dropped that eave line, it didn't really change the height of the building in that area. Next thing we wanted to do was realizing that this fire department turnaround is the major imposition on the site. We wanted to make sure it was oriented properly and done in a way that minimized the amount of cut and fill we needed. So we chose to use a shunt turnaround, which is a Y-shaped turnaround rather than a T-shaped, because that allows us to have the Y for the truck turnaround and then the garage in the inside of that Y. So it's all compacted a lot more that way. And the garage would still be outside of the turnaround. Then we also placed it, as you can see on that contour of the 316 there, so that on either side of it is even cut and fill. We realized that on the uphill side, we're going to have a big wall, but we decided that we wanted to have that wall rather than try to terrace it back, because there's a number of, if you look on the landscape plans, there's a lot of existing mature oak trees that are up above that garage on the uphill side of the garage. So we felt like having a wall there was much more appropriate than removing all those trees. On the downhill side of the driveway, we had a dual purpose in putting terraces alongside the ADU. One of the purposes was to use up the fill soils that we had on the site. And the other one was to mitigate the wall heights visually from the downhill side, even though they're not really visible from below. We just want to make sure that they're not any chance that they're so visible. By making the roadway 16 feet wide instead of the driveway 16 feet wide instead of the roadway 20 feet wide, you can obviously, we're going to have much less imposition on the site. By turning off earlier, we're going to head at a contour sooner and be able to get our height without as much cut. But still, when we get up towards the buildings, there's a turnout and everything is at least 18 feet wide from there up, so that if there is an emergency vehicle that gets up there and other people have to get out past it, they can. Then the fire hydrant that we're putting on is up in that area as well. There we have fill areas on the north and east side of the driveway. That was intended to use some of the soils that we got when we put the roadway on the uphill side of the Barker right-of-way. But the walls below that, as you can see on the diagram, are for the most part the green line. That's this and that. The green line again indicates a wall that is under 5 feet, or at some places it's only like 1 foot tall when it gets over to the end of that fill area. And those will be done with the soldier pile walls. The only concrete section there in the middle is where we created a tree well because there's a number of mature trees in that spot. So we put that wall back up the hill in that area to protect those trees. So as I said before, midway through the process, we got a new soils engineer, and her report pointed out that use of a pervious driveway was going to be harder to manage than an impervious driveway. Our first impression was we should use pervious materials wherever we can. But on that particular item, because it's running up a grade and it's not just like a patio, she recommended that we go with impervious so that we can manage the water that's gathered on there rather than have it go in an unmanaged way through the pervious pavement and then down into subdrains and to our retaining walls that could create other problems. So that's why that went back to impervious, but we have still maintained all the flat areas in the landscaping that have any kind of walkable surface on there, like flagstones, to be pervious. The design of a rain catchment, when we first started thinking about it, we were like, kind of waving our hands around saying, well, okay, we can put tanks underneath the house. But we didn't really come up with any solution or how big they had to be or anything like that. And the result of having our civil engineers to actually size the rainwater catchment gave us the opportunity to actually make sure that they do fit underneath the two decks where we had hoped they would fit, and that we only needed a couple of other tanks, one in the kind of hidden by the ADU, and then one on one of the terraces below the driveway. Once those are full, then the water goes to these cisterns that then slow the water, allow it to drain out and go down the hill, and then it hits another cistern at the base of the hill, and then it hits a bioretention facility, which will also slow it down, and finally it filters out of that into this seasonal drainage at the base, at the corner of Barker. So the framework's been set. We have a good staff. We have a good engineering team. And we're a long way along in the design of this thing, actually further than I would expect in a design review hearing. And knowing that this is a hillside residential development hearing, we should be there. But I'm confident that any issues that we have coming up in the design documents are going to be easily handled with this team. And then Matt and Medea's guidance and their good judgment in immediately jumping on getting another soils engineer, immediately jumping on getting the civil engineers extension of their contract to handle the stormwater at this point really demonstrates that they have good sense and they're going to continue to manage this project properly. And I'm sure that they are very happy to be able to stay in Fairfax and be a good part of the community and not damage the environment in the process. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Does anyone have questions, Robert?
Yes, I do. Thank you for that explanation. That's good to
Good.
hear. I got two questions for you, both kind of confirming questions. So when I looked at the plans first, I did not fully understand what you pointed out is the green line there. I was wondering what's going on. Now I understand the height of those portions. So you're actually going downhill with that retaining wall. It slopes down and it is never larger than 5 feet, correct? So the two green portions along, that one and that one. And then there's one, not the tree well, the two on either side of the tree well. So the point on the left.
This is 5, this is 7, down 3.
Okay.
This is like 6 inches and it goes up to 5 and it goes down to 2.
Okay. And the tree well itself, that's where what is the height of the orange portion?
That gets up to 8 feet.
That goes up to 8 feet.
Yeah.
Okay. And in that tree well, in that shape is where?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you for that. Second question, that was just for me understanding the slope, the contours. So if I go, so there's a, on your drawing, there is a dotted line, which is that assumed visual corridor from the map 9. If I go from the courtyard level to where that line intersects with the with your contour lines, there's 30 to 35 feet height difference between those, counting the, is that roughly correct? I mean, the dotted line is a hypothetical line, but
it's much more than 15. I'm not sure that it's 35. It's 20 to the very top of that ridge up there is 371. So that's 50 feet.
Sure. No, it keeps going after that. But so it's the dotted line that you have. It's not the gray zone. The dotted line is where you placed the not on the, yeah, there it is. This is where I said the red and the ridge is, and then this drop between that and the edge. It's the boundary of the ridgeline scenic corridor protection. So it's that dotted line. It's not the gray area on your map. I'm looking at your original. Yes. No, even closer. That's a projected circle, which is no, the dotted line. I can point it to you. That dotted line. That's what you call out as the approximate boundary.
Okay.
And that was my question. From there to the courtyard is 30 plus feet.
Right. Well, that was based on my consideration that the edge of the ridge was at the 371. And because everything drops off from there. So that's a ridge that runs fairly level from that point all the way back to the far back corner of the property.
Right.
So if the map 9 differs from that, it's not by much because, and it's pretty hard to discern from the quality of this map too. But
yeah, no, I have this map.
okay. So if you look at the red, this red circle,
Mm-hmm.
that's what's right.
Right.
So the smaller red circle is where the actual house site is. And that's pretty much what you're seeing on this drawing. So there is, according to this map, that line would project further down towards the house. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions for, go ahead.
Yeah, just happy to hear about with the updated design balancing cut and fill on the site. That's a great improvement, great move. And just curious about, I didn't see in the stormwater management plan, a plan for mitigating sedimentation or runoff from the kind of the fill that's being deposited on the site. Just assuming you have a plan for handling the fill that's being spread around the site in terms of mitigating runoff or sedimentation into the creeks and stuff.
There are two aspects. One of them is the best management practices page. I think it's C6 or C5. Illustrates the wattles and silt fences and the like that are being done for during construction. Those are to remain in place until the ground covers and mulches are in place at the end of construction and have established themselves to maintain or to mitigate any erosion.
Cool. Thanks.
Any other questions for the applicant? Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, I forgot you have a color materials board up there somewhere if you want to look at that.
The discussion period. maybe?
Oh,
Yeah, yeah. So I'm gonna open it up now to public comment on this application. Does anyone in the room have any comments on the application? Yeah.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Allison Cease. My wife and I own 112 Porteous, and I'm also here representing Anya Chandler, who's at 4 Barker, who has COVID and could not come. We are generally in favor of this. We know that the Quarries have been spending quite many years putting this together, but I think our main concern, of course, is having a road up behind our property and sort of the loss of quiet enjoyment of our homes for the duration of the construction, which is going to be lengthy. So I think our biggest concerns are about runoff and, you know, how close that road is to the property line. Right now, it's really a trail, but it's maybe 10 feet from the line. And it's, you know, quite a slope. So as a construction manager myself, I know that there are these things need to be considered. Obviously, it sounds like there's plans in place, et cetera, but you know, that and reality are two different things. And I think that we just want to have concern. We have concerns, but we want to make sure that, you know, how the city's involved, who's building the road, not the driveway, but the road. Is the city involved in that? You know, how is that going to be overseen? Because that's really a public works project. So if a homeowner is building that, I have concerns about that. You know, I want to make sure that, you know, we're not overrun, since there was a hillside slide on the other side of this hill not too long ago. And that's really of concern for us. You know, it's really quiet where we live. It's not going to be quiet for a long time. And then there's going to be cars up and down there in the middle of the night and the day and all of that. And so we've grappled with that, and we know that we can't change that. And, you know, we understand that, you know, people buy a piece of property to develop it, and we support that. But it is concerning because it is going to be a huge thing to live with. And we work from home. And, you know, there's a gravel truck up there the other day, a big truck up behind our house, literally feet from our house. So that's concerning to us. So I think, you know, we want to make sure that that's taken into consideration in the approval. And, you know, we do hope that this gets approved for these individuals because we support that. But, you know, all those houses are downslope, you know, we have to be considered as well. So that's all I need to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments?
I would, my name's Randy Chavez and I'm at 90 Porteous. I think I might consider myself the closest from the main house neighbor. And I wanted to just mention how excited we are that there would be people like the Quarries that would be our neighbors. And in addition, what Tinderbox, that whole area had been up to now. And it's a wonderful thing that we have a fire break there and all the amenities that go along with fire safety. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up.
Good evening. My name's David Garton. I live at 15 Barker Court. My house and Matt's house are almost at the same elevation. I can be in my driveway and look over to where he's planning on having his house built. His elevation markers are up and there are so many bay trees, I can barely see him. So I'm for his project. I hope, you know, I've seen what I've been here for 61 years. I live in my grandparents' house at 15 Barker. I ran in Barker Valley when I grew up here, all over the place. It was like there was no Scotch broom. And I watched over the years all the Scotch broom build up and build up and build up. Deadfall trees everywhere. It was a mess. Matt has single-handedly cleared almost all of it out. It's beautiful. You can walk through it again. Beautiful. I'm all for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the public wish to make a comment on this application?
Hey, you guys, Charles Dines. I live up on Hillside. Sounds like a wonderful project. Couple of reservations that I had about it. If you look across from the valley, I invite you guys up. I'll give you my phone number, come over, take a look. And you can see that the visual impact isn't just for daytime in that. That actually is a signature point on that whole valley looking westward. And there is no other light source like this house is going to be in that valley. Additionally, I really haven't seen a rendering of what that's going to look like on the hillside in real 3D. I've seen a lot of drawings, but I haven't seen anything in a real visual sense taken from across the valley, what this is going to look like. And as I said, I really like where you guys are coming from. I'm not here to just stop a project. I'm not NIMBY. I just want to involve myself in the process so that it is a community still, and we do still hold this as a valuable thing, this site corridor, which is absolutely unique. It's very hard to find a view of the night sky like that anywhere in Marin still. So anyway, those were my objections, interests, points of order, whatever you want to call that. Factor it in. I'll give you my phone number if you're interested. Please come over and take a look if you want.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room? Anyone on Zoom?
No, I see no hands online, Chair Swift.
Okay. Oh.
My name is Karen Gabriel and I'm on Hillside Drive too, and your project sounds amazing. I didn't know about your project until I was looking out the windows and actually saw the flags. So I wasn't aware of anything happening. So I just want to make sure that when the town considers views, that you actually consider views from a farther distance, not just down on Porteous or off of Barker or off of Wood Lane. And so I would, as being a interior architect myself, I'm pretty confident that we can see a rendering of what the view would look like from an exterior point of view, looking at it from the valley. So I know what to expect. Because right now, I really just see beautiful, empty hillside trees. And so I know that there's going to be some impact, and I would just love to be able to get a little better sense of what that would look like. Thank you.
No one on Zoom, correct?
Correct.
With that, I'm going to close public comment and bring it back to the commission for discussion. Mimi?
I have some follow-up questions, if I might, for staff. Linda, do you know, we do have inventory of open space parcels that it's an inventory that's referenced in the general plan of parcels that are of particular undeveloped or underdeveloped parcels within the town that are preferred for open space. Now, as part of this application, did you look to see whether or not this parcel was on that inventory? You don't believe it is. I don't recall it, but for future reference, when we're dealing with undeveloped parcels on the ridgeline, could you please make it part of the standard procedures that we check the inventory to see if this is one of those parcels for just for the public's benefit. If your parcel is on that open space inventory, there's a process for the town to include the open space committee in the review of the application before we get to the planning commission, right? So I just want to make sure that that's a step that we undertake when we, what?
No, that's fine.
No, I'm not asking you to do that here. I was just curious about it because I think it's an important step that we include in the planning process.
I'm trying to, I mean, we usually do that when it's been listed. So I'm trying to remember the last one that we did. We usually do that
Okay.
when it's in the back of the general plan. As
Yeah,
part of
yeah,
the-
yeah. I don't know where the
If I'm wrong,
inventory is.
It's in the back of the general, at least.
Well,
sir.
I haven't heard anybody from
Mm-hmm.
the open space committee come and say, wait a minute, this is part of our inventory of open space parcels. Why didn't you guys include us in this process?
And they usually do.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing I want to harp on a little bit is
It doesn't adjoin any, it doesn't adjoin any open space, does it?
it may
Yeah.
not be. I don't frankly.
It's next to MMWD, but that's
MMWD.
it.
Well, it's right on the edge of town.
Right.
And I think it might be adjacent
But
to
there's
some.
Fawn Ridge, there's development north of it, there's development west of it. I understand. I understand what you're saying. Yes.
Yeah.
We usually check that.
Okay. And that sort of leads me to another issue that we were talking about before public comment, which had to do with my desire to reference the provisions of the general plan in that part of the resolution. And I did find OS 3.2.3, open space element policy 3.2.3 in the general plan that says, prevent development from blocking or impairing existing views of visually significant areas identified in figure OS1. And OS1 is on page OS4 of that element, which is page 186 of the 338 page general plan that doesn't include the amendment for the housing that we did later. And I just want to pull it up and pass my iPad down to the other commissioners, if I can get there, so that they can see that the visually distinctive areas, and this is the map that I believe the map 9 refers to in the code, right? And this map has the red cross hatches to show visually significant areas as opposed to the red line that shows the top of the ridge and the green area, which is the scenic corridor. And the visually significant areas were specifically defined as areas you can see from important parts of the town. And I don't think there's any part of this parcel, which is down towards the bottom, and you can see Bolinas Road and kind of orient yourself. The two main roads, Sir Francis Drake and Bolinas, have little black triangles. And so if you could pass that down for me, John, and see what I'm talking about. There's no red cross hatching around the area where we're proposed. This is being proposed. So I wanted to clarify that. And I think if we are to approve this tonight, we could amend the resolution to adopt that part of the general plan in addition to the usual suspects, right?
Correct. You just.
And I also,
Rezo.
want to talk about the visually significant areas because this general plan, is not written in stone. we can amend this if the town decides. I think we can amend it a couple times a year if we wanted to. Four times a year. So if the town wants to expand the visually significant areas beyond what is on this map in our open space element, it's doable. It's simply a matter of going through the whole process of amending the general plan, and then let's see. I think those are my only comments at the moment. I might have more later after I hear from the other commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner Newton, for your comments. Just a couple thoughts. Wanted to say that I wanted to thank Mr. Miller, the architect, from walking us through the grading plan, which looks like there's been a lot of thought put into actually the orientation of the road and minimizing the length of the public right of way, the 20-foot public right of way. It sounded like the previous approach actually would have had potentially greater impact on the neighbors and neighborhood by further building upon that public right of way. So I think the decision to pull off from the public right of way and add your private road, a narrower private road, seems like a sensitive response, a thoughtful response. Also, just in terms of the siting the house on that particular contour and at the toe of the slope, it looks like there's been some good consideration and thought into visual impact for the neighborhood and sensitive development to that, beautiful hillside. I don't know it well, but it sounds like a beautiful hillside. Also, just wanted to note, it's a big deal to be a steward of a property of that scale, and that your neighbors have come up and said, hey, it's so great that you're removing the Scotch broom, really being a steward of that landscape. That's just a very positive signal to me that, you guys take stewardship of the land seriously, and that's a great step. Also just want to say, this is a developable parcel. I welcome more families, community growing in the appropriate places in our community, and welcome, families coming and like you guys and growing your families here. So just to say that generally supportive of this, and it sounds like there's been some thoughtful consideration of both the grading approach and site stewardship. Regarding the concern from the neighbors about runoff, it looks like they hired BKF engineers to do a pretty thorough kind of geotech plan and report that seems like they're probably pretty professionally handling the geotechnical concerns and runoff concerns. So it sounds like they got the pros working on that. And just to say that generally, it looks like a thoughtful project.
Thank you. Any other comments, Robert?
Thank you. I think I conclude with my other colleagues. I think there's a lot of thought put into it. It seems to fit nice in the hill. I did hear some concerns from the public that I think seems valid, that we probably can weave into the resolution. It's, the road construction in a public right of way, who's responsible for that and how the quality of that can be assured. Construction noise and I think there's not a real good rendering in the drawing, so I understand those. I have one concern, and that's the only thing that I don't know what to do about yet, and that's the size of the house. The town adopted the 3,500 square foot, so you can do a volume no bigger than 3,500 square foot. You can add an ADU on that property, which doesn't count. But that rule was adopted recently in response to houses that were 400 or 500 square foot. So I cannot finding why we would now allow something that's bigger. You can design anything you can there. It's a new home and it's designed very well, but I don't know how I could approve that, because the whole point was that it should not be bigger than 3,500. Doesn't matter what you put in there. It's the volume. And as I said, that's the only thing that I'll take a few more minutes to think about that and see if there are other comments.
I think, and to that point, I think, and staff will correct me if I'm wrong, that that came to be before the various ADU, JADU legislation that we've had on that. So I think from the standpoint that, and I understand what you're saying, from the standpoint that we can grant exception to the maximum floor area, that we're adding a JDU and that we're doing this on a property of this size is something that I think is, from my view, acceptable for this particular project.
Yeah, no, I understand. So the ADU is not part of that 3,500, and a JADU always was inside the box, not outside. So that's where I'm hanging because that's none of that's related to property size. And the whole reason is, and I agree to that, it's a very large property. The problem is precedent. If you do it once, you cannot say no the second time.
Yeah, and just it's a great point, and also it is one of these few larger scale residential developable properties that are in the town. So isn't that right, Linda? It's like one of 2 or 3 of that scale. So yeah, the idea that you can actually have 3 dwelling units on a 7-acre site with a
Well, there's actually quite a few parcels that are actually UR10 with a minimum acres of 10 acres, but the code envisions it gives you the authority to grant exceptions for really large parcels to exceed the 3,500. They put a section in the FAR ordinance. Specifically states that the maximum floor area for any lot containing I just lost my place. Hang on. Sorry, I'm really tired. Maximum floor area limit shall exclude the floor area of one accessory structure containing 120 square feet or less and featuring no utilities, a 500 square foot garage space for a single family residence or an 800 square foot garage space for a duplex, and one accessory dwelling unit, right? But then it has a floor area exception. And it specifically states an exception to the maximum floor area may be granted to prevent or minimize inconsistencies with the floor area of adjacent or neighboring properties, to assist with the provision of adequate off-street parking, or if the lot is 1 acre or greater in size. So they envision that on larger parcels, you might want to go a little bit beyond the 3,500 limit. And that then you just have to make the granting of such an exception. They're not even calling it a variance. They're calling it an exception, and they don't cite the variance section of the code. So they're not calling it an exception to any law, right? It's kind of a different section. It says, as long as it would not be a grant of special privilege or inconsistent with the intent of the general plan or the zoning ordinance. And so that's why I brought up that other parcel. The only other parcel zoned UR7 is it's 232 Hillside Drive, and it is already at 4,000 square feet. It has a main house, a detached accessory dwelling unit, and like it was a unit for an au pair in the house, basically a JADU. JADUs weren't even, nobody thought of that term at that time, but it's basically a JADU. So this is doing very much the same thing, but it's not getting as large as 4,000 square feet. It's going over a little bit of square footage, which you could say that's the JADU, and meeting the goals of the state laws that the state has put in place. So I think the code absolutely gives you the tools you need to grant that exception.
The 4,000 square foot home was built before the adoption of the 3,500 limit. But what you're saying is that the exception can be granted simply by the fact that it's more than an acre.
Yeah, and what I forgot to say is I don't think it would set a precedence, because there are so few parcels that are like this size, and like a lot of them predated this section of the code. Some of the ones in the Arrowwood subdivision, right? And so I don't think it's going to be a problem setting precedents.
Right. If it's strictly bound to size of the lot? Because that's the thing, right? I mean, it would be a problem if you can do it on a small lot.
Right, and you still have authority over it. So let's say someone came in and wanted to build a 5,000 square foot house, that would be, that was the maximum that was allowed before they lowered it to 3,500, right? I mean, then you guys would have the authority to say, no, that's too much of an exception. We're not gonna.
But if I understand correctly, the way you read the code, if the lot is bigger than an acre, we could approve a 10,000 square foot home.
You could.
You could, yeah.
You could.
Would probably be a little problematic, but
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
One other question or comment was around, I've seen a couple references to the dark sky ordinance and just wondered if you could explain how robust is that ordinance? A couple folks mentioned concern
the dark
around
sky
view.
ordinance never came to fruition.
Never came to fruition.
No, it was proposed by one of the students at Archie Williams High School, and that she was going to work with one of the council members to get it written up, and it never occurred.
So I can speak a little to the dark sky standard that we've been using. So dark sky standard, and you've seen them maybe in some of our applications, is the standard that we have for environmental purposes. So we put that in all of our resolutions so that we minimize the glare and the lighting, you know, from any house.
So we have a standard, but not an ordinance yet that would be more
Correct.
kind of a restrictive.
Well, and perhaps we'll talk about that in the next item.
I mean, none of the applicants have really had a problem with that dark sky lighting, except that one sign on Bolinas Road, right? Because it's been proven that the non-dark sky compliant lighting, it affects bats, it affects people's sleep patterns. And I think that people are pretty accepting of the conditions that they put in that type of lighting on the outside of the building.
Just thinking if that would mitigate some of the concerns from neighbors across the valley in terms of visual impact and nighttime lighting, you know.
Well, I think that the piece of that, the dark sky standard that we use is for exterior lighting. So it minimizes, you know, it's the downward lighting, it's a certain lighting color. So that minimizes the exterior lighting. But, you know, when you look at homes across from you, they have interior lighting.
Yeah.
That will still be there.
Linda, you mentioned the 232 Hillside. Now, there's some inconsistencies in the staff report on that. The table that talks about the neighboring properties says that one's in the UR10, but the text of the staff report indicates that's the other one in the UR7.
Made a mistake because when I originally started doing it, I thought that this was the only UR7 site. And then later on, when I was looking more carefully, I realized that 232 was the actual.
It lists 19 Barker on the table as the UR7, and that's only a seventh of an acre parcel. And the 232 Hillside is 5 acres.
Yeah, I can't figure out why they made some smaller parcels UR. I don't know if it had something to do with, you know, we didn't want to do spot zoning or something. I can't explain that.
So what you're telling me is 232 Hillside is the one in UR7.
I use that as an example because it's the development that's closest. Yes. And
right. But it's
UR7.
Important because
in UR7.
That one's the one that's over 3,500, whereas the 19 Barker is 2,500.
Yeah. And the 19 Barker is really old. 232 is the 232.
Okay.
Is one, yeah. But I can double check that by, how would I do that? Would I know the parcel number?
And I don't see any technically adjacent parcels with
similar.
residents exceeding the 3,500.
Right, but it says to compare similar zoning and similar
zoning
size and similar
so
size.
That's the other thing besides just parcel size, Commissioner Jansen. It's not only that it's bigger than an acre, but it's also when you compare it to other similarly zoned parcels. So that's I think it's a twofold kind of question here, for that exception. And then the other question, Lily, you don't need to keep looking at this. Well, I mean, I'm just assuming that the hillside, it makes so much more sense. That one's a 5-acre parcel. I don't know. Makes more sense for the.
I'm looking at the front of the town code where they list the,
UR7?
you know how they list all the parcel
Yeah.
numbers? And there's actually 4 that are UR7, but I guess I never found.
Is
the
any of
4th
them
one.
18103, which is hillside? Ends with a 18103, 002, 18103.
Wait, say that again. So, was that what I used for 232 Hillside?
Yeah.
So here's the problem. I think I've explained this before. We use parcel numbers and the tax assessor changes the parcel numbers. And so you can't always just go by what's in here. And it was one of the problems when we tried to redo the map. Remember, Ben, the planning director at the time said, he tried to include language that said, when the listed parcels, their parcel numbers and the map don't match, the map shall prevail, because these numbers change. The tax assessor changes them all the time, right? So I have to go look at the most recent assessor's parcel map, see what parcel that is actually called, which is what I did, right? And then I have to check it on the zoning map. So it's
all right. Well, I'm going to go with the text of the staff report on which parcel is in UR7 as opposed to the table. Okay, because the table on page 5 of the staff report lists 19 Barker with 2,500 square feet, 2,511 as the UR7 parcel. And I think based on the text of the staff report.
Yes, that's
on page 6.
Supposed to be shifted up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. And then the other question I have for you is, we had a comment from the public about the construction of the private road.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the public road, private entity, and who would be overseeing that. Could you answer that?
Yeah, so the extension of the public road will be built by the applicants, but the building official and the public works director will, they do the normal inspections for a roadway and construction, and the town engineer will be monitoring it. I have been here for only one public road extension, and that was Deer Park Drive. But when I go back historically and look, the private property owner usually builds the road, offers it to the town, and the town has not accepted. So it ends up being maintained going forward by the private property owner who built it, but it has been built in the public right of way to public right of way standards.
Okay. And then I think this may be my last comment. I don't know. I mean, I can't predict that. But on the rendering, maybe we can see that. One of the things that jumps out at me from properties that are built on the ridgeline is if they are not natural color that blends in with the trees and the environment. I'm talking as someone with a bright purple and blue mural on her house, so I know I'm the pot calling the kettle black. But my house isn't up on a ridge and can't be seen by anybody except when they're coming down my street. So in my opinion, these colors are mostly natural, but I'm interested in the other commissioners' impressions of whether they think this color palette will blend in well enough with the hillside.
Well, I just got to say that I personally don't want to weigh in on colors. I just don't feel like that's a good use of our time, and it feels like in the objective design standards. We're trying to actually pull color out of that conversation on improving certain types of things. So I feel like it's up to the owner. And unless there's some big concern by adjacent property owners, I feel like I'm not going to weigh in on color choices.
Well, you and I can agree to disagree on that. Pass it down and see what the rest of them think.
Hi. Yeah, I can respond to that. I think your color, you have to be careful. It's, I agree that it's something that you should only respond to if there's something clearly wrong. But I'd like to point out that maybe what disturbs you, Commissioner Newton, is the renderings show the stucco color relatively light. Whereas in reality, if you look at the board, it's a much more subdued tone. And that's probably important because if it's on the hillside and the sun hits it, if it is a really light color, that pops out. Whereas if it's more subdued, which is shown here on the board and also in the drawings itself. So I think that's the rendering. It only goes so far representing reality. And I agree, all the other colors actually do blend in, as you suggested would be a good approach. So I think they looked at it. Since I have the mic, I might want to respond to something before. I just quickly looked at the light fixtures, and I think the architect put that drawing up there. Those are all downward facing, so they've been paying attention to that, regardless of whether there's no ordinance or not.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on Commissioner Jansen's response on Commissioner Newton's comment about the color. I appreciated the colors a lot better seeing them on the board here. They did look a lot more subdued. I really like the look of the stone and the way that's integrated. And yeah, the stucco looked a lot brighter in the renderings, and the board looks great. To me, the main, the project seems to have been developed, like everybody has said, with great detail and care. I do go on hillside and look across, and did that during the daytime, and didn't stick out to me, and did not occur to me to think about how the interior light bleed may affect that big, patch of trees at night, and just don't know whenever the planning department would consider, I think this project has a lot of big windows. I mean, it looks well designed and curved into the property away from the neighbors, but thinking about the light bleeding out from all of those windows into the sort of developed section in between, the way the project curves, if there are any standards or design aspects we have to limit that sort of effect.
There's nothing in the code. But you might ask the architect to stand up again. I think what you were trying to say is that the eaves have been kept low. So even though it looks like there's a lot of windows, they're not huge, tall windows. And people, they get used to seeing a hillside with no houses, but it's still a legal lot. And someone has a right to put something there, and their houses are showing light. You know what I mean? We went through this with the new house that was proposed at 200 Toyon. People across the valley said, we don't want to see any lights. Well, we're not going to tell someone they can't have any windows on one side of the house, right? The most you've done in the past is like you've asked them to put in glass that's non-reflective, because I do agree that when people have decks in the back, there's certain times of day when the sun will hit the window and it'll like reflect back into their eyes. That's something you can do. But I mean, people have a right to light the interior of their homes. And I mean, I guess you could try to, if you really thought that the amount of windows was going to significantly impact someone's use of their own property, right? Like they really weren't going to be able to enjoy their deck if it was right next to this property. Maybe, you might want to say, hey, come back with another design and put in more walls. But this is going to be, I think I put in my staff report how far away it is from the Crest Road, right? And I looked up the one email you got from 55 Hillside, that house is at an elevation of 190 to 200, right? And this Barker is at 320, and it's a long way away from that house. So I understand it does, people don't like change, right? But you have to weigh, is it really going to significantly negatively impact their their enjoyment of their property enough to to modify this design? That's a decision that you guys have to make. I don't think it will. I think that people end up getting used to houses, of course you'd rather look at a tree covered hillside. Everybody agrees with that, right? But the courts have said over and over again, if it's a legal lot that someone's been paying taxes on, someone has a right to put something there. And I mean, I don't know where they would put it where nobody's going to see the lights, because they're going to see other people's lights, across the way and down the hill.
Yep. No, so I appreciate that and I agree with the sentiment really that
Yeah.
that they've got to use the property, and that was my impression too of, it's not, are you seeing something different? It's, if you never saw it before, the house is there. Does it look out of place? Does it look like this house is doing a big cutout? My question was more so we have the story poles to go by and see the impact and the footprint of the house, so that you can understand the development as it's going up, and that it's really just a daytime thing. It's really hard to, for neighbors and for people generally assessing the project and what the impact is. It affects everything from the size of, a bigger house is going to have, if it's a longer ranch kind of house, more lights, and not anything necessarily that I think needs to be changed with this project. But is there a process occasionally for allowing better anticipation of the future project at night as opposed to just during the day?
Oh, you mean is there some way to get some kind of display that would be able to show you how much light might be?
Or, when the planning department is considering projects and considering their impact, is there ever a, the dark skies ordinance never went into effect, and right now we have a condition asking for exterior lights to be dark sky compliant. But for, if a planning department is considering a dark sky ordinance, is there consideration of how you'd evaluate projects generally?
I would. So I'm sure you can craft your code so that to give staff the tools to evaluate, that kind of thing. But there's nothing in the code right now. I mean, it's a pretty old fashioned code. Right.
Okay. Yeah.
But I think to that point, I mean, to date, when we've looked at projects, and we've been considerate of applications that were a new build next to other properties, other improved properties. And we've talked about, asking for minimizing windows for privacy and that type of thing. We've done that in the past. I think with something like this, I can remember, when we've had projects come up and somebody was concerned about a house being able to be viewed across the valley, that when I looked at that valley, on that side of the hillside, we had bright yellow houses that stood out more than, something like this. To your comment about light reflections, I live where I can see a house across from me, and it has that effect of having, when the sun hits it, it's like this blinding white light. So there's considerations for that. I don't know about this property if remaining trees or trees to be planted would, or vegetation would minimize some of that as well. But I agree that I think there's nothing you can do really for interior lighting directly. Go ahead, Robert.
Yeah, maybe just cycling back. So we understand that the road that's being built on the public right of way needs to meet city standards. Why is it not maintained by the city after that fact?
I can only speak to what's happened since I started here in 1986, right? And I take it back. I just remembered another road that we ended up accepting. So we did not accept Deer Park, is it Deer Park Drive where those 3 new houses were, where Walter Connolly lives? Okay, so Deer Park Drive, that was the first roadway extension. And when I look back in history, a lot of these little like dead ends that are built to allow like 3 remainder parcels to build houses on them. The applicants get together, they build the road, they offer it to the city, and the city never accepts it because the city already has a hard time maintaining the roads they have already accepted. So
It's a budget issue.
they have like a really strict standards of what roads they will accept, right? And usually these ones going to like 2 or 3 lots don't meet the requirements, right? So then they're maintained by the property owners.
And I think part of Toyon is
yes,
a private
it's not
road,
maintained
as
by
well
the town.
as the recent application we had on that little cul-de-sac.
Arrowwood's not city.
No, not Arrowwood, the one that we talked about, the view. Park Lane
Oh, yes, Park Lane.
so that's private.
Yeah, that's
So there
private.
are some
Yeah.
of those throughout the town.
Yeah, there are multiples. I was just curious. That's all. Cycling back, so they will be built to city standards, and then in this case, it only serves 1 house, so it is in their own interest to maintain it. We understand that if you build a house somewhere, you can see the windows because that's the way it is, and every new greenfield parcel with a new house that will be visible, and there's always a concern about it, but you couldn't develop anything if that would be a consideration. We understand that the light fixtures are all downward facing, so that is something that complies. And going back to the only real concern I had, the 300 something odd feet that it is above, there are basically 2 reasons why we can allow that exception, and it is strongly bound to both the lot size and the fact that it's comparable to other buildings in the same zoning. And in reality, because this is not a tall house, 300 feet more or less does not materially impact this particular design on this particular lot. It doesn't make a big difference if you would see it from the valley or from the bottom up. So as far as I'm concerned, I could make a motion to approve this.
It's a night for Commissioner Jansen's motion.
Yeah. So I'll make a motion to approve resolution 2023-25. It's a resolution of Fairfax Planning Commission approving application number, and I think that's changed, 25-27 for a hill area residential development permit, excavation permit, design review permit, retaining wall height variance, tree removal permit, and revocable encroachment permit for a residence and garage at 12 Barker Avenue.
I'd like to make some additions to that. So the reso corrections we talked about earlier in there.
You said something about findings about the excavation.
Right. Having, I don't know that we addressed findings for the
Well,
excavation.
I was gonna read the way I sent it to you earlier. Did you read
Okay.
it? Okay. So I thought we could, so what what Cindy was concerned about is that nowhere in the findings did it talk about the amounts of excavation. So I thought we could change finding number 9 on page 2. These are the findings, right? To say the town engineers have reviewed the following plans and reports relating to the requested excavation of 1,850 cubic yards and the fill of 1,590 cubic yards of material and the off haul of 260 cubic yards of material, and have determined the project can be constructed with certain conditions of approval without creating any hazards. And that would get the amounts in there. So they couldn't just.
And then
crazy.
page 2, top of the page.
Yes, I got the
It should be UR
7.
seven.
Yep. Got that.
Page 12, changing the date
Mhm.
from February to September. And I would also like to see in there that the recognition that we've approved an exception to the maximum flora area.
Okay, so let's.
'Cause
I thought
that
that, I
doesn't-
thought that could be done as a whereas maybe. Is that?
This is Kylie. It'd be better for it to be explicitly stated in the body if that's the commission's pleasure to have it state that you're doing an exemption versus putting it in a whereas clause.
Okay, so it should be in like the findings section, even though it's not a finding. It doesn't have any findings listed in the code to approve it.
Well, if you want to explain it up in the whereas and then say they grant the size down in the determination.
I think the findings are that it's greater than 1 acre and that it is comparable to the UR7.
Yeah, so couldn't I just say, like after design review, or maybe at the end of all the discretionary permits, couldn't I say maximum, I could do a heading, maximum house size exception, because that's what they call it in the code, and then indicate commission is granting the exception to allow the house to exceed the 3,500 by whatever feet based on these following determinations, because they aren't really findings, they're determinations that it's the parcel's larger than 1 acre and that it complies with the general plan and the zoning ordinance.
I think you could include both the larger than an acre and comparable to the other UR7.
Okay.
Right.
And then
Would that work, Kylie?
That would work.
Okay.
And then I'd also just suggest we add the reference to the general plan on the list of general plan
Yes.
policies at the beginning to refer to policy OS 3.2.3.
OS 3.2. Make sure I make a note.
And with all that, I would second Commissioner Jansen's motion if he's amenable to all that.
All amendments are acceptable.
Okay. All right. I will call the roll. Newton,
Aye.
Bella,
Aye.
Jansen,
Aye.
Pfeffer,
Aye.
Chair Swift.
Aye. Motion passes, and there is a 10-day appeal process, and information on that can be gathered from the planning department. Thank you. And would the commission like to take a 5-minute break?
Yes, thank you.
So we're now on item 5. We have your staff report.
Yes, I'll be pleased to give that to you. Can I share my screen? Oh, you see me? I just raised my hand. Okay. No. Yeah, yeah, thought so. Join as panelist, right? I just clicked on the link. Ah, okay. Or I can just leave. And then you say there's a panelist link. Is that in?
Maybe you get a reminder like 2 days ago and then there should have been one today.
Oh, here's a reminder. Okay. Okay. Thank you for being patient with the Luddite. Okay, so I just clicked on here, join webinar. It says sign in to start or join meeting as attendee. Okay. Okay. There we go. I'm being recorded. Oh. Great. Make sure my microphone's off. So I'm sharing my screen currently. There it goes. Okay. This little projector thing. Okay. So I included a few slides here up front just to kind of as a reminder, and then we have get into the discussion points. And I will point out that give you a fresh copy of the ordinance and then also kind of an errata sheet based on some input from commissioners in the last few days. So sorry we didn't get this to you early. This was kind of a scramble due to the short time frame. So I think we can just go through it at this meeting and I can kind of walk everyone through it. And if we miss something, we can talk about that.
May I have a quick question?
Yes.
This is the unchanged version, correct?
Correct. That's the same version as 14th. That's just simpler just to leave it and then just capture all the changes in this. So there's not multiple. It's kind of a version control issue. You don't want a bunch of different versions running around in the same document. So yeah, that's why we did it that way. So anyway, this is a continued meeting. I mean, I don't see anybody in the public and I don't know if there's anybody on the web, but if we were to, if you wanted to take additional public comments when we get to that time period, just kind of reopen the public hearing and then take the comments because we closed the public hearing at the last meeting. It's just a technicality. So, so I think from a staff perspective, what we'd hope to accomplish today is we'll discuss that errata sheet that I discussed. I have some identified topics, and then there may be additional changes beyond that we want to talk about. So as far as background, again, just as a reminder, we're focused here on administrative code updates. So nothing that kind of triggers a CEQA analysis. One of the main things we're trying to do is bring the code into compliance with state law, kind of existing state law that the code's not currently in compliance with, and that is important to kind of set us up for the eventual housing element adoption. We can take some steps to streamline the development approval process. Some of that's required by state law, and other things we can do to just generally streamline the development approval process. And also try to take some baby steps and try to create a more user-friendly development code. Not that we have done everything that we can to do that, but we can start to think about how we create a more user-friendly development code. And then these are just mentioning some of the state law that we'd like to be compliant with. There's some ministerial approval processes. There's timelines for processing of projects, especially if they have affordable components. When the application comes in for a affordable project under certain state law provisions, we have to process those in an expedited time frame. We've also added development standards for certain housing types that aren't currently in the code, like transitional housing is just one as an example. The state has density bonus, so we've incorporated that into our code. You already have ADUs and JADUs in your code, so we're just tweaking those a little bit. And then there's also reasonable accommodations, and I think I explained that one at the last meeting. It's just if you're a disabled individual or otherwise need some sort of relief from the code that's preventing you from being able to access your property or use your property or comply with the ADA law, you can have some reasonable accommodations from the code. And so there's there's more than four, but there's several exhibits in the code, and just how they're, as a reminder, we went through this last time, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time on these slides, but they're here just for reference to kind of bring us back up to speed. First one is this rules of measurement chapter, and then also the procedures for the SB 35 and SB 30. And those are the ones that would be for the affordable projects. There's also a number of new definitions that have been incorporated into the code. There's technical amendments such as objective standards for design review, waivers, which is similar to that item you just discussed with the exceptions, but there's waivers where there's a certain percentage you can go up above the code to provide a little bit more flexibility. There's exemptions from the transit impact fee, which is required by state law for affordable housing. And then there's rules for granting reasonable accommodations for persons with disabilities and for religious institutions. This is the ADU, JADU provisions. Not too much here. There is a significant one that's in your housing element, which would allow 2 ADUs on a lot if it's over, I don't know what's behind my screen. I think it's 10,000 square feet in size. You could potentially have 2 ADUs. And that's related to the ability to provide a few more ADUs in the future. Include amendments to individual zones for residential development. This is Exhibit E. And then we're adding provisions, this chapter 17-138, which we'll talk about a little bit more later because it's somewhat confusing. Those are primarily objective design standards that would apply in the RM zone, and then in a limited case for multifamily development, which may occur in other zones. And then Exhibit F is Title 15, which is a building code. And as we mentioned last time, this would provide a little bit of flexibility to building code standards for tiny housing. Okay, so there's that. Here's the errata page. Maybe I could go through my presentation, then we can kind of come back to this and walk through it a little bit more closely. But generally, there's a number of typographical corrections and clarifications. which is usually the use for an errata page. We're kind of stretching the limit of what errata means here, but we've also added some clarifications on how to measure height and determine grade, to how to account for basements, fence height, that type of thing. Add references to the wildland urban interface zone, which is significant here. We discovered that we could really use a definition of mezzanine because it was used in the code and it wasn't clear what mezzanine meant. And then we did originally think that we could just change the 28.5 feet to 30 feet. We don't think that's necessary. The 30 feet was going to provide a little bit more flexibility, but we can still achieve flexibility in limited circumstances with the adjustment if it's needed. So we can keep that at 28.5 feet. And we wouldn't recommend going any lower than that because then you'd end up with potentially with non-conforming structures, since 28.5 feet has probably been your standard for 1973 when the code was written, I would guess. And then there's an additional requirement added for 2 parking spaces for a single family dwelling. And then there's some discretionary standards related to color, which we'll talk about later to see if you guys, this is an idea. So we just want to see if you guys like it. And then we added provisions related to lofts. And then basically, so what we'd be asking is that you'd adopt the code, include the errata, and then any other changes come up at the night, and then all that would get packaged up and then sent off to the council. We would make the changes in the code that were identified in the errata into the actual ordinance itself, and then present that to the council along with the discussion of the planning commission deliberation. So the first topic for discussion is, and again, I think I'm just going to go through these, give you an idea of how I only have a few of these, then we can kind of come back and just go through each one of these one at a time. An idea we have, because there is some concern over the vagueness of certain terms in the code. And one thing your code lacks, which a lot of other zoning codes have, is there's a reference to a dictionary or dictionaries, like you reference Webster's, or in our case, Linda was kind enough to show me that we have a dictionary of building and architectural construction, which is useful to staff. That could be useful to reference as well. Also in codes that's useful, I mean, this might be a little bit too far for what we're doing tonight, but we could consider a code interpretation section where if there's some vagueness or something in the code that isn't clear, then there could be a process for the planning director to interpret it, and then that determination could be appealed. And that's pretty common. Like if you have land uses that are uncertain, like you don't know where a new land use fits, they can, the planning commissioner could interpret that and say, oh, I'm sorry, that land use is not permitted in our town. And then they could appeal it to you if they had a disagreement. So there was some comments that I got back in my email on what is multifamily. It's interpreted as multiple dwellings in a building, 3 or more living units in a building or on a parcel. Accessory living units, accessory unit ADUs and JADUs basically are not included as those units. So like a single family home, even if it had 2 accessory units, would not be considered multifamily. And it's primarily allowed in RM, but it does occur in other places. Like the one nuance is that we do have, if there is some ability to do like group housing in single family, according to state law, you can put up to 6 bedrooms in a single family zone, and that could qualify as a multifamily unit, and then you could have that subject to these objective design
But that would
standards.
be in one building.
Correct, yes.
So it's one building with 6 bedrooms. It has a particular use.
Right.
But, and maybe I shouldn't ask the question now, but I guess I'm thinking, how is that different from a house with 6 bedrooms?
Yeah, correct. And that's a good point. There's also some discussion that occurred at the last meeting on objective design standards. There's a really good suggestion that graphics could be useful to explain the provision, which I would agree, but that would be kind of a time-consuming process. But I would recommend that we could take that on. And maybe it wouldn't necessarily even have to be in the code. It could be like kind of guidance for developers when they come in. It's like, and we already have a resource for that. We had Opticos did kind of objective design standards that applied for the whole county. We kind of took pieces of that and put it into our code in a simplified version, but we could go back to that document and we could pull things out to help people build things that would be appropriate for Fairfax. And we could kind of come to the Planning Commission and work on that in the in February or January or after we get through this push of getting all these other things adopted. There's also the discussion of colors, and this was one idea we had with if we wanted to include, and this wouldn't be applied to single family homes, because I think that discussion just had on colors with single family homes, that most of the time when you're reviewing a single family home, it would come to the Planning Commission. You have a discretionary process to guide them and ask them to change colors and do all that. So this is only if it's a non-discretionary process. So these are intended as objective design standards when you don't really have any discretion due to like a state law provision or some other reason why you don't have that discretion. So this would be a way to kind of turn colors into like objective standards. So if you're following me there. So this would require that developers of like, say, a multifamily project would come in and they would have to use this collection of earth tones. So the idea is that you do use kind of earth tones that would kind of fit in with the natural character of Fairfax. So I abbreviated it here so it all fit on a slide, but there's longer descriptions for where I have the triple and quadruple dots. And then, then I think the only other thing I have is, just a discussion of multifamily housing development design standards. There was an error in that line that referred to Chapter 17050, which is density bonus, which was not correct. So that's in the errata. And this applies just for multifamily projects, but it does again pick up supportive housing, transitional housing, those types of uses. Some of those could potentially go into a single family zone. And then also state law requires ministerial review in some cases for density bonus. So these standards could be used for that because they're objective, because a lot of times state law requires that a project get ministerial approval, so we can't bring it to the decision-making bodies. So that forces us to use the tools that we have that are available to staff. We don't have a lot of discretion at staff, so we have to have very clear objective standards to use to be able to evaluate projects. Otherwise, the town could potentially have no design control over multifamily projects. Which we don't think would be a good idea. There was one more parking requirement, and this does come from the housing element, which I know we're not implementing the housing element, but at this point, but 1.5 parking spaces also is kind of a more reasonable standard for a 1-bedroom apartment. Currently, you require 2 parking spaces for a 1-bedroom apartment, which could be a very small unit. The more standard is 1.5. So what that would mean is that if you'd have 4 units, for example, you'd end up with 6 parking spaces. And then if you had like a 1-bedroom unit, then you could have a different, like just a single unit, which wouldn't happen for an apartment. You'd always have 3. So, and you'd always round up. So if you ended up with a 0.5, you'd round up to the next highest number. So if you ended up with 3 units, it would be 3 times 1.5, which would be 4. So you have 5 parking spaces for a 3-unit building. And then this is just explaining the CEQA, and then the recommended actions. So I think at this point we could kind of enter into a question and answer discussion phase, I would recommend, and then we can
Can I go
come
first?
back to these. Yes.
Because otherwise my brain will go. So I started this with definitions
Mhm.
and the rules of measurement. Because I figured that kind of foundational. Some of the things you picked up on your errata sheet, but I'm just going to go through because it's easier for me to go through everything I identified. Defensible space, I think y'all took out the state code reference, but one of the things that I saw throughout the package was we referred to high and very high fire threat severity zones. None of that applies to us. There's still some of that I see in like the landscaping or some of the other portions of this. We're just wooey. That out.
May I stop, interrupt you for once? I'm not sure what we're looking at. We have items on the board which are different, which I do not have in print. I have an errata sheet that's apparently different from what you're looking at. And so what are we doing here?
Okay, so I was just going to go through. I was just going to go through comments and questions and start it that way, unless you want to do it a different way as
No,
we
sure,
approach
but
this.
you
Yeah,
mentioned an
sorry.
errata sheet, and then you went into a topic that I don't have here or did not see on the screen either.
Okay, so what I was saying was some of the things I think on the errata sheet were
The old
things,
one or this one?
the new one,
Okay.
this one, sorry.
All right. Okay.
Were things that I think are on my,
Okay.
yeah,
All right.
sorry.
Sorry.
No, my bad. A question here on single family dwelling definition and some of this, and I know everybody's really crunch time and busy. Some of this was hard because not everything was underlined that was new or striked out that was to be stricken. So, but on the classification for a single family dwelling, it says, and this is just a question I had, this classification also includes individual manufactured housing units installed on a foundation system. So is that just a duplicate or is it just installed on a foundation? I didn't know the answer to that.
Yeah, that's definitely a typo. It should just say it could say either installed on a foundation or installed on a foundation system, but not both.
Okay. All right. Fully shielded light fixture. So we define that. But one of the things that I don't see through with any of the standards anywhere is dark sky compliance. So if we're going to identify objective design standards, we would want to see that to include the 3000 Kelvin, the color.
Okay, so if with that, we're in definitions, do we want to define dark sky to refer to something?
Well, we have a lighting fixture definition. So I had
Right, the
raised
shielding, yeah.
right. So I had raised the question, where do we speak in all of this to our dark sky compliance, to the downward, what comes out of the dark sky organization. So to include the specific color range. Open space. So when I looked at this and you've changed the definition, you had you have an open space common, an open space private. Our definition of open space is outdoors under the sky. You deleted, it looks like, the part of that open space common, any reference to indoor recreational opportunities. It looks like. You still have an open space private. And as we get down to, this is kind of a discussion thing, as we get down to talking about what our current requirements are for dwellings, it's 300 square feet per dwelling, I believe. In multifamily units of open space. So general open space. We're now adding in some of these areas required private open space. And I think it's like 60 square feet, maybe? No. But whatever the number is, we've identified in there in standards a certain amount of required private open space, which then takes away from the shared open space. And in some areas, we've identified where open space has to have shaded trees over furniture or 15%. So my concern there is that we are taking that open space, which I think is important to the community. We could see that from just the last 3 years. And we're whittling that down with private open space requirement throughout. So just a comment there.
And just to be clear, so this is the definition section. So what I think
Right.
you're talking about would be in the standards.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. I was just taking that open space common because initially I had said that we were adding internal space like fitness rooms and things, which you took out.
Okay. Okay.
I think you addressed in some of these pervious and impervious. Well, I'll get to that when we get there. Residential development project includes a condominium conversion, but we have other sections in the code. Just a comment that precludes that. I think you've changed the definition of the tiny house related to the 400 square feet. I think you fixed in the rules of measurement where there was a conflict between, I think on the figures of saying that eaves could extend 3 feet. But another section excluded up to 2 feet. I think you got that. It also states includes and I don't know if you made a change here, includes unenclosed, unroofed decks, porches, landings, balconies, stairways, walkways, and driveways, a portion of which are less than 6 feet in height. And I think our lot coverage currently excludes driveways. But I don't know if you.
Oh.
We have a section, and I don't know if you captured that on where lofts. You may have captured that count towards the FAR, but they don't in tiny houses.
Okay.
I believe.
Could you say that again, please? Because I'm
Lofts.
Okay.
And whether they count towards
FAR.
Yeah. And I think you took out balconies as a separate story. Oops. And I think you may have changed determining lot coverage, excluding impervious surfaces. But I'm not sure on 17010100 paren D. Because we should include impervious surfaces.
Could you repeat it?
.010.100 paren D. I think that
Yeah, that's.
it says we exclude impervious surfaces.
Which
in the
conflicts with the graphic.
They are made pervious.
Say that again.
17010100 determining lot coverage.
Right, paren D.
Yeah. It's changed from
Okay.
impervious to pervious because it's excluded. If it's pervious, it's excluded.
Okay.
I think that's correct. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Parking. So our parking code currently is 2 parking spaces for a 1-bedroom. Okay. So the way this has been done, it hasn't changed that in the parking code. I mean, initially it was 1.5 in that section. And then I saw 1. But this goes to, I think the one of the concerns that I have is you said odds applies only to multifamily developments. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. So my question would be, in the actual parking code, why do we change that? Because what we're doing with that is by putting it in the parking code, we're applying that to everything, whether it's multifamily or not. So if we're looking at just applicability to multifamily, then we should address those parking changes within those sections, from my perspective. I asked the question somewhere like design review. What do odds apply to? And the comment that I got back was it applies to 50% remodels. It applies to all zones. And that's not what I'm hearing here. Which means that I can add a bedroom, which kind of comes in as our 50% remodel or addition of a bedroom, and have all of the objective designs in here apply to that, because that's how this is reading to me. So that's a concern. If we're only applying objective design standards to multifamily projects, developments, and they don't count a single family home, so like RS6 that can have a JDU and ADU because those don't count, then we should be specific and identify what objective designs apply to. Because otherwise it is impacting everything that we do in our zoning code, from what I could gather from the questions I had and the comments I got back.
Yeah, I think that the best example would be on 17,084 RD 5.5 to 7, the idea is to, if the odds apply, then there's a reference in the section that would refer back. So in this case, if you do a single family daycare and large family daycare, so you're doing something that's kind of semi-commercial in a single family zone, then it'll refer back to 17,138. And then also on F, supportive housing for not more than 6 persons and transitional housing for no more than 6 persons. So if you're doing supportive housing or transitional housing, which you can do in a single family zone, but it can't be more than 6 people, then there's a reference back to 17,138. But then, so the idea is that it only applies if it's specific, if it's referenced, and maybe it might not be clear enough, but the intent was if it's referenced in the zone district, then it applies. But if it's not referenced, then it doesn't. See what I'm saying? This page 72 in the code is the easiest way to kind of see how it's intended to work. Yeah.
Oh, maybe.
And just to reiterate that the reason that we're doing it that way is that if we don't, like, for example, if we were to not, supportive housing is supposed to be allowed in single family zones ministerially. So you can't bring them to the planning commission and subject them to design review and conditional use permits and all this stuff. So you wouldn't have any design control, period, if you didn't have the objective design standards. So the idea is that you don't need objective design standards for single family dwellings because you have design control over those.
Okay.
If that makes sense. So you need to have those objective design standards for items that are mandated by state law to be ministerial processes.
Jeff, this is Kylie. I had a question on that. Are you
Yes.
saying that for residential projects, that if they come to the planning commission, that they can apply subjective development standards?
This is your.
No, I didn't mean to imply that. I'm just saying that they have discretionary review.
To apply the development standards.
Right,
So-
but if somebody comes in with a transitional housing, like under state law, that has to be ministerial processed. And so then along with the ministerial process, if you can use the objective design and development standards in section 138 to apply to the project, gives you a little bit of control over the design.
No, I have no objection to that. I just wanted to make sure that.
Yeah, I was probably misspeaking. I was saying you can't just decide anything on a whim. You still have to make the findings, but it's still a just more flexible discretionary process if it's a single family home.
Well, we still have to apply objective development standards for residential projects. So they do need to be objective in order to apply them. So I just want to make sure that we haven't prohibited that. Okay.
So let me ask the question again. When you say residential projects, are we talking a single family home in a single family zone? Or are we talking only multifamily projects?
It's primarily multifamily projects, but it does apply to some of, like, it would apply to large family daycare, for example, which would be in a single family home.
So if I'm building a single family on a parcel, what applies to me?
Setbacks, building height. If they need a variance, they'd have to come in front of the planning commission. All of the development standards, parking, all the development standards that are in the code.
Okay, and I guess.
And design review.
Okay. And I don't have the design review one in front of me, but design review says only elements of design which have a significant relationship to exterior appearance, building mass, setbacks, pedestrian access, this is paren A, for which objective design standards have been established in this title, this proposed development shall conform with all objective zoning standards for landscaping, screening, usable open space, and the design of parking and off-street loading zone areas set forth. So I guess the way I was reading these, it wasn't clarifying that this wouldn't apply to my single-family home that I'm building. It seemed all-inclusive, just like the parking code has now 1.5 parking spaces for a 2-bedroom single-family home. It doesn't state there that theoretically that only applies to multifamily.
Yeah, I think we did fix the parking in the errata sheet. There's on page 6, I think our consultants and we heard that concern that you had earlier. And so the 1-bedroom apartment, we specifically use the word apartment units.
Wait a minute, whoa.
If I may just interrupt for 1 second, a small technical detail. Are you finished with the slide presentation? Because it's better for our audience to, if we'll stop the share.
Oh, yes, I can stop share. Excuse me.
I'm still confused. Honestly, it's
I know,
somewhat confusing here.
It's a lot of information.
It's a lot of information, but just this very basic question around when do the objective design standards apply? Do they apply to all housing types or just multifamily housing types?
Well, I think the thing that's confusing things is, as Kylie was referencing, that all the decisions that the planning commission makes and the city makes, those are supposed to be objective and based on objective design standards and findings. It all has to be objective. But specifically this section that's called 17, I'm going to get the reference, 17-138, chapter 17-138. Those are objective design and development standards that specifically apply to multifamily projects. So that would be your apartment complex, your triplex, your fourplex, your boarding facility that could be in a single. And then the confusing part is that you do get some of those in single family zones. Like you could get a transitional housing home in a single family zone, and you could get these other projects that would be a little bit more impactful because they have more use than would be in a typical single family zone. So you'd want them to implement this section 17-138.
And it's not that the planning commission wouldn't have a chance to review single family homes or multifamily that are subject to the ODS. It's only if they go through a ministerial review process.
Correct.
You guys need to use the standards to review the project.
If
we could still
required-
use try to evaluate a project to whether or not it's conforming to the objective design standards, right? That's how we
Correct.
would review.
There would be cases where you would be using the objective design standards, and there would be cases where staff would be using the objective design standards.
Okay, so but just to go back to that first question, so do we have? You're saying that we have objective design standards that apply to single family homes as well as multifamily. There's special standards that apply to multifamily, but we've integrated into this. We're trying to integrate here codes that apply to single family.
Yeah, and they're included within those sections themselves.
Yeah.
Okay. But going back to that again, are you saying the objective design standards here apply to a single family home versus some of the other types of housings that would be in like RS6, for example?
Well, the specifically the chapter 17-138, that's just multifamily. But there are other objective design and development standards which kind of apply to single family homes.
If I can jump in, just reading through code sections often, I think part of the issue here is that because the code is so lengthy and the way it's presented with having just the new information, the strikeout and changes,
the ellipse stuff is helpful to look at when going through everything, because when evaluating a project, the way you would go through it, you'd go through to the code section for your zone, for your house type, and then go from there to the references where it says, okay, I'm doing a an RS6, RS 7.5 single family residential zone, medium density, decide what type of project I am. And then it may direct you to look at other sections like the parking section, or in this section in particular, it says, if you have a large family daycare, supportive housing for 6 or fewer people, transitional housing, they're also allowed with a zoning permit, no discretionary reviews required, provided the objective standards of 17-138 are met. So then even though you're doing a project in that zone, you're doing that type of project, if you then fall into one of these reference categories, then you get bumped into 138.
A ministerial review process where
Yeah,
the
so
planning folks have to
you would
use
be
those
starting
standards.
from,
Yeah.
so you would be starting from whatever code section 17-076, 082, 0888 for whatever you're doing, and then you only get bumped out to reference the other sections.
Maybe it's
where it
useful to
says-
ask the question the other way. When would we be able to use subjective design standards?
Well, I guess probably the answer is never on that one, but yeah. But you'd have more, I guess there's a difference between discretionary and non-discretionary. That's
the big
the
thing.
word would be
Yeah.
discretionary. I mean, you still have to be use objective standards, but you'd have more discretion about over colors and massing and those types of things than you would if you were just using the objective design and development standards.
Yeah, I think the town attorney is going to jump in, but I think it's discretionary versus ministerial.
Yeah.
So going back to the parking, okay, so your changes here, you have studio apartment units. You've got 1-bedroom apartment units, 1.5 spaces. So if I have a duplex,
3 spaces.
Yep.
what applies? And can I have a duplex in a single family zone? In some cases, I think so. I mean, we talked about some of these applying to multifamily projects, I think of 3 or more. Correct?
Correct. Yeah, if you wanted to have a different standard for duplexes, you could.
So I guess, are we assuming that an apartment is in a multifamily development and then it's 3 or more that it applies to? Do we have a definition of that? I mean, it's
yeah. I mean, I think we would consider an apartment to be kind of in a multifamily development. That would be the standard use of the term. We could add a clarification of that.
I mean, I think that is important. We've got 2-bedroom apartment units too. And what I'm just trying to make sure is that we are keeping and protecting what we have for non-multifamily developments. And it wasn't clear in how things were written out that we were doing that.
Can I just follow up the question on the parking? So are we going from 1.5 to 2 for a single family home? And what
we're leaving it at 2. It's currently 2, and so we're leaving it alone at 2.
Okay. Okay.
And then I think the question maybe that Chair Swift is bringing up is duplexes kind of in between land in here. So we could make it. I think the intent with E on the errata was to include duplexes, but that's probably not very well written. But
if I may,
2 spaces.
Yeah, and I think that's probably not written well, because it says 1 family.
Yeah.
Spaces, but it doesn't.
Yeah, we could just say duplexes, just say duplex.
But how many-
Duplex unit, 2 spaces.
But I could have a 2-bedroom duplex, could I not?
I think the way that your parking standards currently work is it's a single family home, 2 spaces. So you don't count bedrooms in that case. You only count bedrooms when you're in an apartment.
No, we count bedrooms in a single family home.
You guys can't see the town attorney who keeps trying to break
Oh,
in,
okay.
and I think she should just say, hey.
Well, I didn't want to interrupt the conversation. I do notice on the errata that we have apartment units. I think those should just say units, because when you're talking about a condo, multifamily condo project, they still would have the same parking requirements. So I think that we're getting too hung up on the concept of apartments when really that could be condominiums or otherwise. As far as I wanted to go back when we're talking about the objective standards, we're only talking about residential here. Remember that you still have subjective for commercial. I didn't want that to get lost for you, since you know that this is of concern to you. But as far as duplexes and otherwise, I think if you leave it as to the units, then you eliminate a lot of those problems. And we're talking changes. You're only talking your current code has 2-bedroom units, has 2 spaces. And the only one we're changing is 1-bedroom unit used to require 2 spaces, and now it requires 1.5 spaces, and then 3 spaces for every 2 units, it says.
So, yeah, but that's for apartments. That's not for a single family home. Correct?
Yeah, that's the issue with eliminating the word apartment, Kylie, is that we're trying to have difference, just to apply that to apartment units versus single family homes.
So perhaps instead of calling it apartment, call it a 1-bedroom unit within a multifamily building, which is really what I'm hearing you say that you're trying to do, because apartments is a specific concept of being a rental, and there could be a for sale multifamily project, and now we have no parking standards for those. So I think you end up in a bigger problem that way. So calling it within a multifamily project would eliminate that concern from a legal perspective for me. But if conceptually this is what you're trying to achieve, we can amend and change. If we have what the direction of the Planning Commission is, we can change the language to achieve that goal of the Planning Commission.
Conceptually, what I'd hope to achieve is having the absolute minimum parking standards, actually, because I think it's understood to be an obstacle to development to have higher parking off-street parking requirements.
And I would probably be on the other side of that argument. And when we talk single family, and you live in an area that is hillside, no space on, a lot of roads are single width, so that if 2 cars are coming, one has to back up. The biggest concern that we hear in areas like Cascade Canyon is evacuation. And so to me, having parking standards for single family homes, even although ADUs, doesn't apply to that. And some of those folks should probably come down here. But the concern is having cars off the roadway, having more parking available on the parcel. So cars aren't an obstacle necessarily in an evacuation.
I think it's a great point, but I wonder if we might, sorry, just let me want to respond and then I totally agree with you about, emergency egress, but to me that seems to be an issue around enforcing, illegal parking spaces on our narrow roads versus, increasing or adding to our off-street parking requirements, which is, I think, a separate issue.
I think we'll
I
Agree
was
to
wondering,
disagree on that one.
another wrinkle into this. How do
Madam
you
Chair,
guys?
I apologize for interrupting, but we're still in the question portion of this. Since there were some substantive changes that the commission or the staff has presented, might I suggest that you open the public comment and then close that and then bring it back, because you could still ask questions, but then as these start to develop into discussions, you don't have me interrupting you to tell you to stop.
Okay, I'm going to open this up to public comment. No one in the room, so we'll go to Zoom.
And Frank Ager is online with his hand raised.
All right.
Frank, go ahead.
Great, thank you. Frank Ager, Meadow Way. At the last Planning Commission meeting, there were comments regarding Fairfax's zoning ordinance from 1973. I was the council member most responsible for the adoption of that ordinance in 1973 and amendments that took place over a number of years. Many of the ordinances were actually authored by me, and they were designed to protect our small town from overdevelopment. There are a number of concerns regarding the direction of Fairfax's housing and safety elements. One is wildland urban interface fire zone. It's huge. In the 1960s, former fire chief Charlie Thornton continually reminded us that most of the commercial buildings in downtown Fairfax do not have necessary 1 or 2 hour firewalls. Charlie said we could lose the entire downtown in a major fire. I have no doubt that downtown Fairfax is in the wildland urban interface zone. This is the kind of information that should be included in Fairfax's comments to the state. I heard the apartment condo conversion ordinance was mentioned earlier. That prohibition of converting apartments and duplexes to condos was authored by me, and that went all the way on up to the California Supreme Court, and courts upheld the right to Fairfax to protect its affordable housing, rental housing stock. So that ordinance has been in effect since probably late 70s, and it's necessary to keep. You know, I noticed that all of this discussion has been very silent on short-term rentals, and Fairfax adopted a short-term rental ordinance well over a year ago, but it's never been enforced. Objective design and development standards removes public hearings from certain processes, and it's kind of a one-size-fits-all. Much of no design control projects may work great for San Rafael, but not work for Fairfax. On the downzoning and taking issues, twice that's going up on appeal all the way to the Supreme Court, and Fairfax's actions were upheld over the years. We actually set case law in Fairfax. Fairfax is in one of 2 zones: wildland urban interface zone or the downtown flood zone. I mean, that's the zones. That's what we're up against. So the state really has no clue as to the issues that we face here in Fairfax. That's the old one-size-fits-all program that they're pushing on our little towns and here in Marin County, and it's just not going to work for us. If in fact this all goes through as the state's proposing, in 15 or 20 years, we won't recognize Fairfax. you'll wonder what the heck happened to our little town. But anyway, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. Anyone else on?
I see no other hands on Zoom.
All right, I will close the public comment and bring it back for discussion. Sorry, design review criteria. The answer that I got is that it applies to remodels in single family zones. So 50% remodels. And it talks in here, the proposed development shall conform with objective zoning for landscape, screening, and usable open space. So those wouldn't apply to a single family home when you look at some of those landscaping and screening objective design standards. And then as far as when I was looking at screening, it talked about screening like utilities and things like that from the street. And it talked about metal lathe and wood wasn't appropriate, but plantings were. And I think one of the things throughout this is we're not necessarily considering the defensible space and the 5-foot zone from buildings where having, and it's not clear, but having a plant shield a utility or something on a building from the right of way may not be appropriate from a defensible space perspective. So I think we're only almost too prescriptive in what we do and not necessarily considering some of the things like defensible space or where we're requiring a lot of trees in the frontage of a project, and then we don't think about egress and public right-of-way clearance necessarily.
Are there any defensible space components of the objective design standards that we could, other communities in Marin have developed that we could try to pull in? So I think that's a good point, or a good idea to include those.
Yes, that would be a good objective design standard. That'd take a little bit of looking into. But yeah.
You know,
Jeff,
and
you may want to look at your code 17138610 because you actually talk about the IWUIC talking about how you change and control plant materials. So you think you might have covered it. I know there's a lot in here. I was just trying to help. It's again in 17138610 and 620 it looks like.
and I think that might be I mean, I think we also in there, I mean, this is kind of a minor thing, but we had a reference to our tree ordinance, and there's at least one instance in our tree ordinance that conflicts with Fire Safe Marin's list of fire resistant and fire prone plants. We talk about landscaping in that section. It doesn't necessarily, I think when you look at some of the other sections that we have that for like the 50% remodels and all that, we reference 17-138 for standards, like landscaping and things like that. That wouldn't be applicable in those situations. So I think it's, if I'm told that the design review standards apply to single-family dwellings, new constructions, alterations, and additions, and we've got landscaping standards in there that seem to only be applicable in a sense to a multifamily. Right. So, and perhaps then, if you're looking at single family projects, that you don't make the reference to any design standards here in 17-138. I mean, I don't think we've been real clear about, the applicability and the reasonableness of the applicability to what we do as far as projects and development in the town, that we're kind of been lumping everything from a multi-unit perspective in here, but not necessarily breaking out and making it clear that a single family home parcel, because it says I would, here that design review would apply to that, would be required to have the landscaping that's in here. Our vegetation management plan section here talks about a plan for changes that I wasn't real clear on. And I'm not sure that we're not kind of taking out of the equation what Ross Valley Fire requires in some of these things. Those are some of my thoughts.
I'd like to follow up on one of the issues that Chair Swift and Commissioner Bella were talking about briefly, which is the parking and the kind of competing interests in having more off-street versus on parcel parking available. And I noted that the tiny house section just incorporates the single family home parking requirement. And yet tiny house, in a lot of ways, smaller than an apartment, what do you do when there's a half a parking spot required for multi-apartment or multi-units? Do you that's if it's 3.5, you round up to 4. Yeah, I have a problem if we're going to say 2 for a tiny home. I don't know how the other commissioners feel about that.
Where does it say that, where does it say you would have 2 for a tiny home?
Well, it just adopts the single family home requirement for parking in, let's see.
Page 55. Page 55, off-street parking and loading requirements. Is this chapter 17052? Does this apply to all of the housing types, zoning types? The 17052 on page 55.
Yes.
So the tiny house. Oh, sorry.
Huh?
I think a tiny house should be studio.
Okay, so studio units without separate bedrooms, 1 space is required. 1-bedroom units, 1.5 spaces. 2-bedroom units, 2 spaces. So I guess
Okay,
the,
so on page 97, 17, 138, 520. I thought there was a reference to the parking in there somewhere. Tiny houses may be located, developed and operated in compliance with the following standards. Blah, 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 provided that all of the development standards that apply to a single family dwelling are met. So that to me includes the parking.
But it doesn't include the parking section, right?
Can I?
It identifies 17076 and all, but it doesn't, or parking is what, 17?
Well, it says
Yeah.
they're allowed. Okay, go ahead.
Just to jump in there. So where it references, all development standards that apply to a single family dwelling are met. The way the parking, which the beginning, which is not included here of 17052 says that except as otherwise required by variance, every building or use shall be provided with minimum off-street parking. So anything built falls under here. And so it says where you're referencing in tiny homes, single family dwellings, A1 says dwellings including 1-family and 2-family dwellings, apartments and mobile homes. So a single family dwelling could be potentially any one of A, B, C, or D. So if the tiny home is a single family dwelling, but it's a studio without a separate bedroom, then it has 1 space. If it's a 1-bedroom separate space, single family home or tiny home, then it would have per this, the 1.5 spaces. And I don't know how you have a 2-bedroom single family home.
I know it's all 400 square feet or less, right?
Right. But so
yeah, two bedroom.
But you're not going to have a
yeah.
2-bedroom.
So right.
Well,
but so
Theoretically.
single family could be any one of those. And so you would look at it case by case.
I think I would prefer us to be very specific about the tiny home being a 1 parking space requirement, because I think you could have a master and a child's bedroom in a tiny home if it was less than 400, if you're really imaginative, 2 different bedroom lofts. I don't know.
so we could add that to page 55, required parking spaces, off-street parking and loading. 1 dwellings, A could include tiny homes, studio units without separate bedrooms, 1 space. Captured there, and then in all the other zoning categories, just point people back to this blanket off-street parking and loading, right? Send people, if you're looking for parking and loading for any category, you just go to this part of the code. Is that what you were sort of saying? Is that you all go back here?
Yeah. And I just related, but not, debating the issue point. So I agree the parking requirements merits a discussion and reevaluation. My approach here, and so this is sort of how I felt looking at the paint standards coming in, is that this exercise for last week and tonight is to get the zoning ordinances and code up to compliance with state law, as opposed to having like a substantive review of every section, because we're going, I mean, as everyone noted, it goes throughout the chapter. I'm sure, people, looking holistically would have more substantive changes to the stuff that isn't referenced at all in here, but is implicated in these sections. And I think that is totally fair to do, but I think that we should still separate that process from getting changes that were brought to us initially, just to make sure that we have an ordinance in compliance with state law, Jan 31.
Right. And I understand that, but a lot of the things that have been put in here are not to fulfill a state requirement, because what we've done is we've taken that multi-unit approach and applied it throughout our code, where we don't have, as you said, I mean, we've got single family residential zones. The concern here is that, well, we have the opportunity to clarify and correct some of these things, like the errata sheet, that we should do it now, making sure that we meet the deadline, and pass something forward to the council. It's also, because if we don't, I will guarantee you that we won't be doing this probably after January 31st. So while we have the chance to do it now and we have the time, we should understand what's put here by the consultant for a specific purpose, and make sure that as much as we can, that we clarify it for all of our zones, that we're clear on what specifically is needed for multifamily versus single family, that we're clear on that. A lot of the things that we have put in here are the standard things, not standard things, but the requirements by law that, should have been put in our code earlier. The residential, the emergency, the small and large daycare. We've never really updated our code for a lot of those things that have been requirements. So we're doing that in here, and for those, I don't really have the concerns that I have for what we're perhaps accidentally doing with this to what's not applicable from a multifamily standpoint.
I'd like to make a suggestion for staff, and, hope that this may be helpful. When I have to look at a big, dense set of requirements like this, I often create a table in Word where I have, and I'm thinking for the town council, for their benefit, if you could create a column that lists the various types of structures in the various zones, multifamily, single family, triplex, that, I don't know, my brain is not working very well at this hour, but, and then on a row above it, sort of indicate what the parking requirements are, what the landscaping requirements are. And that would force you to kind of go through each section and clarify some of the inconsistencies that I think Chair Swift has been pointing out, and create a handout for the town council, maybe as part of the staff report to the town council, that really covers each of these things, so they could clearly see, maybe in one table, the connections between what's applicable in terms of, which of these, tiny home, how big, how many parking spaces, or, that kind of thing. I just think it would be a helpful exhibit as part of the staff report to the town, and might also help you sort of sort through, are we being consistent, and have we referenced each of the correct sections, properly. I just want to get a few words in before my brain goes completely mushy. Thank you for putting the tiny home stuff together. I think it's about time we had this. And I also really, really appreciate the rules for, measuring and the diagrams. I'm especially, I really like the attempt to include color, because as I've said, I think it's important that we retain some authority to opine on color, even if we're dealing with single family homes. And obviously you said we have sort of some discretion in design review in that way. What I'm wondering, and I think I know the answer to this question, but from my perspective, the color issue is more important the higher up the ridges you go, right? And I don't think we could say within the ridgeline corridor, because as some of us know, like the whole town's in the ridgeline corridor when you look at the definition, right? And yet I wonder if there's a way to limit the color restrictions to homes maybe within the Ridgeline Scenic Corridor. I don't know. I mean, it's just a thought. I don't like allowing blue up there. So the colors that I see in the sheet, the addendum that you handed us today includes, you know, some sky water tones of blue. And I'm like, no, you need earth tones for the houses up there, because the blue, my particular pet peeve, sticks out like a sore thumb.
May I jump in there? I profoundly disagree with that. And I think you give the exact example. You have preferences. I love blue. And so you're getting into an area where you're going to have a big problem. I think color is by definition a subjective thing. And I think I appreciate the attempt to predefine colors as was proposed in the slideshow. I think it's a very bad idea, both because it's still ambiguous, because even the descriptions that are in there, they still don't apply. And, you know, I think there's about 5,000 Pantone colors. So I don't think that we're going to say, well, you can do that one, but not that one. I don't think that works. It's also a bad idea from a design standpoint, because color is subject to fashion, it is subject to gender, it is subject to culture, it is subject to so many things, and it will change over time. So if you hardline it, you say you can do green and brown and yellow, then that makes absolutely no sense to me. So it's as much as I agree that color is very important in our life, you cannot objectively nail that down. I would love to do it subjectively. I think it would be great if we can have this discussion about color, but within the context of what we're trying to achieve, you can't. And there are many design review authorities that will not allow you to go into the color discussion because of that reason. So I think if we want to get this solid, we just simply strike it and we'll find a solution for it later, because otherwise we're just going to be shut down the road.
Well, I think I'd probably go with Mimi on this. I think you can identify color tones or color palettes. I think there is something to be said for having, you know, a house that is visible, you know, across the town in a certain color. That's, you know, just like we were talking about tonight. I don't know how, if there's a way to make that objective, like with height or something like that, because I think the thing when you talk about, you know, things are become trends, do we want a row of houses or, you know, a single family development somewhere where all the houses are black? I don't think so. I think we need to find some way to address that. I'm not sure it'll, you know, we can find that.
It's a really interesting debate. I just wanted to say, I think I agree with you, Commissioner, that I think it's because color is inherently so subjective, it's really hard to try to incorporate into a set of design standards. I also just want to say that to me, it goes deeply to my growing understanding, and I'm a fairly new resident of Fairfax, only in the last 4 years, of part of the character of the town is its diverse architectural styles and its kind of architectural heterogeneity. It wasn't all built at once. It was built incrementally over time. And I think allowing that individual expression, and that goes to color, is one part of the town's identity that I think I don't want to interrupt. I mean, as a designer and an artist, I have a lot of opinions about color, but I don't think those should be part of a, planning commission review process.
There is one way how color is scientifically determined, which is done in, for instance, ADA. So you can do it by contrast. You can do it by how reflective it is. So you could, in theory, create if you want to control it, you could say, well, a building with an exterior surface area more than 10,000 square feet must have a reflectance less than such and such. So those can be objectively determined. You can use calibrated tools to measure that. And that's used, for instance, in ADA, where you have your detective pads. There is a requirement that they have to be contrasting with the color adjacent to it. And there's a way to do that. So you could reverse that and say the contrast may not be more than this, instead of it has to be more. It's not really color. It's more about tone, how it strikes you. So that could be specifically on a hillside. That might be a tool where you say, okay, because you don't, if you have a Patmo pink building on a ridge, which is very light in color, it would sparkle. But you can argue, well, is that really bad? Well, that depends on many things. Maybe sometimes not, but in a lot of times it might be. Maybe with that tool you can devise something, but that's not easy to come up with. You need to really go to industry standards, and it gets very
Yeah,
complicated.
we made the attempt at earth tones because we figured, well, earth tones would potentially be not shiny, kind of more consistent with the natural environment. So anyway, that's what we came up with. But as you're pointing out, it has some
To me,
some flaws that's still subjective.
if all the forthcoming multifamily housing that may be built in the future here all was built in those set of restricted earth tones, I think that'd be a bad outcome, actually.
Yeah, I agree to that. It's a very tricky topic if you get into that.
A hearing, at least in terms of color, that we don't want to go there at this point.
Could we go
I
there
think
and
we've
then?
gotten 2 and 2, and we've got the 5th member who's yet to speak. So I would be interested in his.
Well,
a tiebreaker.
Yeah, so this is my overarching philosophy tonight is that I mean, frankly, if it was a town council item talking about whether or not to include color standards or parking, I'd have 30 pages of written explanation for my position here, but would have had the time to prepare that. And so where I'm at right now is I'm going to ultimately vote to approve whatever we can to get something forward, whether or not it includes the color as is, whether or not it includes the parking. And I think to Commissioner Swift's comment, or Chairperson Swift's comment about, this is when we're reviewing it, we're skeptical as to whether or not we'll be looking at it in the future. So we want to make sure it reflects like our actual intention for the ordinance going forward. I would also be prepared to move or vote tonight to direct staff to put a overall review of Chapter 17 of the Town Code on the agenda for February or January, so that we have a vote, to include something more detailed on the agenda, and maybe, with a note that the staff report for that agenda item is published 20 days in advance of the meeting, or however. So we all have a significant amount of time to sit with the actual language as a whole. I would, and I would want to do that, frankly, at this point, either way, depending on what the commission overall feels about what's in front of us tonight. Because I mean, we heard Mr. Egger speak about the code as he helped design in 1973 and with amendments throughout. I think there's going to be a lot more people who would want to have input if there was a significant amount of time and people understood that we do want to look at this thoroughly and substantively, and it was noticed as administrative changes to conform with law. So I am not, unfortunately,
But how do you
the
feel about color?
tiebreaker here.
But how do you feel about color?
No, that was very diplomatic. I guess the other recommendation I have for staff, in addition to like a table, is to go through Mr. Egger's comments and prepare the town council with an analysis of those, so that the town council has an appreciation of the points that were raised and staff's reactions.
Sorry if you reminded me of a point I wanted to make completely separate from the tie-breaking, what we're doing on some of the specific elements here. I really like the idea of the table and the idea of the visual reference that we talked about and how to implement it. And a thought I had would be either as part of the ordinance or not, just directing the planning department to put together, like an agency does, like I'm sure you do in a professional capacity, interpretive guidance for the code. So the interpretive guidance can be this visual reference. The interpretive guidance can be, a not part of the code, but the planning department's official table of what its view of each housing type, each zone, and those key categories of requirements are. Just that, that's as a formatting for including that extra information without having to amend the code and make sure that all works from a legal perspective.
So not to belabor the point, but I'm going to do it because I think it's important to me, and I think it's important to a lot of folks when we talk about the evacuation piece. I would really like our 17052 to stay the way it was, which is, I guess, 1 bedroom, which I don't have it in front of me.
Yeah, I'd say I think it can stay the way it is, except we do have to have a carve out for 1.5 for a 1 bedroom apartment unit. Otherwise, we run contrary to a bunch of different state laws. So I think with that exception, we can pull that out and we can pull that one thing out. And
because the way it's written here, assuming that sorry, it says dwellings including 1 family and 2 family
right.
dwellings, apartments, and mobile homes.
Yeah, we were trying to fix that with the red lines, but I think we missed the mark.
So
yeah,
if you wanted to do the multifamily piece, that's a requirement.
Yeah.
Separate that out. So we still have the single family home requirements that we had previously in there.
Yes, we could do that. I think we could leave it as is with just that exception, just pull out the
if it's an
apartment piece,
apartment, then
it has,
and I probably argue that in some cases, depending on where those multifamily dwellings were, that it would be, from a reality standpoint, it's too little from what you see in the amount of vehicles we have here, which is realistic, right? I mean, we're getting more, not less. We have a constrained environment. It's unfortunate that we're having to apply state law requirements that don't fit our geography.
And then that includes that we are gonna add tiny house to the studio lines,
and tiny
right?
houses. Yes, I think we could leave it as is, add a tiny house matched up with studios, and then pull out 1 bedroom apartments. And then I think that's pretty simple. And then we'd leave the parking mostly intact with those two exceptions.
Solved.
It sounds good. Yeah. Can I have some comments now? Can I lob some comments in? Well, I just want to say that I really made an effort to read through this entire packet over the last week or so, and I didn't get through it all still. It's a huge amount of information, and I find it very, very confusing. And I've been in this planning and design space for almost 20 years. And so if our objective is to streamline and to create a more user-friendly code, it's not doing it. I'm sorry to say. And I'm not sure how to fix it other than I think Commissioner Newton's suggestion about a table. I think we've talked a little bit in the past about, hey, we've already had a consultant do a whole objective design standards for the county, Opticos, right? We've collectively paid somebody to do that. Can we draw more from that existing information to try to augment, what we have here so it achieves those objectives of streamlining and creating more user-friendly code? So just going to circle back to the color thing for a second. If it's the case that we're trying to streamline and we're sounds like there's some agreement that color is quite subjective, does it make sense to add that now when actually we're trying to streamline and actually pull less is more into this code document? Put that question out there. One very specific comment in terms of a diagram that I think could be added. I'm hoping this is some helpful, very specific feedback. I've get some general comments, but getting very specific on page 8 regarding figure 17.010C, measuring building height of a terraced or stepped building. This is page 8 in our packet.
Yep.
On lots with a grade change. So here's an area where there's probably some good diagrams that were created by Opticos that we might want to pull in. I find this diagram to be rather confusing, and I think it has to do with this diagram. It's trying to capture a lot of information about 3 different building types for coping of a flat roof, deck line of a mansard roof, or the average height of the highest gable of a pitched roof. It's trying to capture all of that in one diagram, and it's not succeeding in, I think, providing the clarity that one would need to evaluate, those different building types. So, hey, maybe Opticos has already produced a diagram for these different building types, and maybe we could pull that in here, which could help clarify this. So, and that's, I'm on the following page, 17.0410, determining if a basement is a story. There was this, in the original document, this grade plane definition. I think you've already tackled that and actually tried to clarify what is grade plane and come up with a better set of diagrams and definitions of that. So, so it sounds like you're already tackling some of this stuff, but yeah. Do I have any more specific comments than that? I have some overarching questions, which maybe they're not appropriate to do here, but I'm still confused about the relationship between our inclusionary housing policy, which we just sent to council last week, and density bonus. So maybe that's not appropriate to discuss tonight, but you could help. I could send you an email or someone could provide some clarification for me regarding our inclusionary housing requirements and how that relates to the density bonus, which is in this packet, because it's not totally clear to me.
Well, I think one simple response to that would be there is a relationship, because in order to take advantage of density bonus, you would need to have a certain percentage of affordable housing. And by providing affordable housing, you would not have to pay the fees, essentially, because you would so you're required to provide 50% affordable housing. You can either pay the fee or you can build the housing. So if you pay the fee, then you would not be eligible for density bonus. If you provide the affordable housing on site, you would be eligible for the density bonus. If that makes any sense. So that's probably where they intersect, is in that area.
But that would be, a density bonus would be providing above and beyond what we've just sent to council in terms of the inclusionary housing requirements. So you got to do more than 20% or more than 15% of rental in order
So
to
that would
begin
be,
to
that would be where
apply
it would,
for.
yeah, right, correct. But
Okay.
that's where it would intersect, would be how many units are you building that are affordable on the site?
Okay. Is that relationship covered somewhere in this?
I don't think it's necessary to cover that. So they're kind of independent of one another, really, but they, it's just with that number of units is what triggers the density bonus. So that's where they overlap, but I don't know if there's any reason to create that link. I don't know if that would be helpful in any way. I'll think about that though.
I had a question on the ADU height measurement.
Okay.
So, and my question was, does it conform to the rules of measurement for height? Because I think the ADU one only speaks to finished grade, measuring from finished grade.
What page are you?
Oh, 17, I think 048, 010, E2F. I didn't do pages. And it also speaks to a specific distance from the building where you measure it, like 5 feet out. But I think our regular height is either or, finished grade or natural grade.
Right. Yeah. I think
So I didn't know if that was a conflict, or, I mean, if I'm building an ADU, a new ADU, would it be natural or finished? I didn't understand.
Yeah. I think you probably found a place where we just need to use the definition that's in the code versus creating a new definition within our development standards. So.
And I didn't understand the 5 feet from the building that you would do the measurement. Unless it's an existing, I don't know. I just didn't understand the section.
Okay.
Can I do my comments now? It's not that bad. No, it's just detail things. Before then cycling back to color. In site measurements, well, let's see, that's page 7. There's one element that it's a little detailed, but it can have big consequences, and I still don't understand it. So that is 17.010.030, page 7, item C. Measurements involving structure are made to the closest support element of the structure. Structures or portions of structures that are underground are included in measuring required distances. And in the errata, I think it still says that. The way I read that is if you include the underground, then you're measuring to the foundation. And I believe that is incorrect. You do not measure your side yard clearance to the foundation. You measure it to the surface of the wall. So I think it should say are excluded or not, or it should not be mentioned.
Oh, sorry. I thought I was turning it on, but I was really turning it off. It's getting late. The reason that we did that, we originally had it as you stated. However, there was a concern, and I don't know who brought it up. It might have been staff or commission. I just can't remember, but that somebody could have a basement that would go all the way to the property line, and so you'd have this underground excavation that would be kind of a loophole to do something underground. But we could maybe there's a clarification we can make in here that you would measure to the foundation.
Jeff, this is,
Right.
I might want to suggest that you talk with the building official, because obviously if the below grade triggers building code requirements, that would be a logical delineation measure at the grade level, which is what was proposed or what was suggested should be the law and what we have in there. So just maybe check with the building code, because it could trigger building code issues. And it's a good way to delineate how you're going to define that story.
Okay, yeah, maybe something with, if it's a basement, it's an actual space. There might be a solution there that it applies if you create an underground space, but not if it is a foundation component. Anyway, that was one. It's a detailed thing, but it could make a difference. The other two is definition of mezzanine and loft. I noticed in the errata that from the definitions, the loft was removed and mezzanines were added, and that's fine. But in the definition of mezzanine, I think you want to stipulate it's only a third of the underlying floor, which it doesn't say. So I can find it. And then conversely, in some subsequent sections, it does talk about lofts again in the code. I know it. So maybe that's a word search to find them.
And I had a similar question about the definition of balcony and whether we still needed that in the definitions section, if it looks like it's at least struck out at 17.010.040 B1. And so it's just another sort of nitpicky thing. If we don't need the definition of balcony, that exhibit B definition for balcony could come out.
So those were the only two, and that brings us back to color. And I think Commissioner Pfeffer had, hit the point there. We're trying to bring this to
Can I just say one thing before we get to that?
Sure.
I think those things you mentioned could be handled in the errata. We'd be comfortable with that.
the details we just discussed.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Oh yeah, it's just the mezzanine loft thing. It's halfway there, but then we're missing the pieces. I think the 1/3 for the size of the mezzanine is the most important one. It's missing in definitions.
And at the bottom of page 7 of your errata, for example, you still include minimum dimensions for lofts. So
yeah, it's the change is incomplete throughout, so that a word search will solve that probably. So to color, I think, because the objective tonight is to get this in place so it is compliant. Therefore, my conclusion is that we should avoid getting into this color discussion, because I don't think we have time to make that into a reliable definition. So let's do that at a later session when it's combined with other reviews we might want to go through. Unless somebody has a brilliant idea how to make that objective color definition right now, but it's going to be difficult to do that. I think that takes time. So if you leave it the way it is, then I think you can't defend that's objective. You're going to lose that.
you mean leave it the way it was, as opposed to what is reflected on the errata?
Both. Yeah, both.
Both.
If you keep color as something that you're gonna review, or if you keep color and you create a definition as in the errata, either one of them remains subjective, in my opinion. So I think the safest way is to just strike it.
Yeah, we had, just to clarify, so in the existing code, you have color listed as a factor. And so for those reasons, it was crossed out. And so then there was a discussion at the last meeting to bring it back. And so that's why we came up with that scheme.
Yeah, no, I
there.
appreciate
So-
that. I was in favor of trying to include it. I see we've got the town attorney back on.
It just pop on. As to what was in the code changes that were before you, color was only mentioned as what we were dealing with non-residential, which would be allowed, because that we don't have to have the objective development standards for commercial uses. The objective development standards only apply when we're dealing with residential. So just if color wanted to be left, put a thumbtack in it for a future date, if that's the commission's direction, as it was currently drafted, would still leave color for you to decide on a case-by-case basis for non-residential projects.
Let me ask,
not the opposite, case by case basis on residential projects
No,
design review.
On commercial projects, because commercial projects said you could look at color that in the revised code. For residential, if you wanted to look at color, you'd have to create objective development standards, which was what was tried to be done. But you still have commercial at your discretion at this point in time, but state law right now says you can only apply objective development standards to residential. So if you don't have, you can't apply it.
Let me ask a question along those lines. So if I have a mixed use where I've got commercial and residential, hey, I had to do it.
I think it talks about that.
What applies to the residential versus the commercial?
State law says that you can apply objective development. You can only apply objective development standards to residential. It is silent when it talks about mixed use as to that component at present. So it's still an untried point that you are right that could potentially be an issue. But when we have the mixed use component, we apply all the standards that we have for each component. So potentially you would be applying color, but it could potentially be challenged. I don't know how to answer that because we haven't had a case that I could tell you, here's how the courts are going to decide.
Okay, and
the errata adds mixed use on the top of page 6. And I think, the Planning Commission and Town Council may adopt supplemental design standard color palettes to facilitate administration of objective color standards for residential and mixed use buildings. So that puts them with the residential.
Do we have, go ahead, I'm sorry.
That's okay. If in the errata, a color palette was established as an objective standard, if the commission is not talking about that, would obviously need to be modified as well. So we can't be putting forth color to the residential components of a mixed use project if you don't have a standard that's in there currently.
But we could do, and that was and you answered, there is no answer yet to if you want to apply color to the commercial and not to the residential piece of a mixed use, whether you could do that or not.
Presumably right now you could. What I'm saying is whether that will be ultimately how either the legislature or the court would interpret that in the future. I can't guarantee what on that. I can tell you, reading my tea leaves, what I know right now, we could split that baby. But there's an argument because obviously the building is going to be touching both components that we could be at risk. So it depends on how much risk the town would want to take if we had a mixed use component and how we would deal with it.
Okay. And we don't have a standard for what a mixed use is, right? There's no mixed use would be a commercial in 3 units, or it's just, I can have 1 unit and commercial, and that's mixed use according to how we haven't made, I mean, some places I've seen where there was numbers assigned to like the mixed use to make it a mixed use project, but for us, it's 1 dwelling unit and a commercial equals a mixed use as far as I can tell, correct?
Correct. It's 1 residential unit and any other use, not just necessarily commercial. Because you could have, for example, an industrial It's possible. I mean, I actually have other
Yeah,
projects
caretaker unit.
where you just have, it doesn't matter what the other, it's one unit plus something else. So it's one of your other zone codes that it mixes them up and it has to be allowed in the zone. So typically you are correct that it is typically commercial and residential, but I don't want, as the town goes through, you'd have misunderstanding of what mixed use is.
Okay.
The normal scenario that you would have, that's the most common form of mixed use is what you've outlined.
Okay. And then on lofts, because I'm finding this minimum dimensions for lofts, this was on the page 7, where it says a floor level located more than 30 inches above the main floor, used as a living or sleeping space, 5 feet in any horizontal dimension and 35 square feet in floor area. Just maybe needing to clarify whether that is the definition for a tiny home loft or a general loft, because I think the tiny home lofts have specific dimensions and that type of thing. So I'm not sure on this one what it was applying to.
And loft, one of the definitions that was struck in the errata. So if the commission wanted to go with what the errata says, then obviously that would need to be modified because loft is no longer a defined term. So it may be that it should fall to the mezzanine, since the mezzanine appears to be the definition that came in.
Yeah,
But-
I think staff is going to have to figure out how to address that in a tiny home.
But I think the tiny home has stated dimensions or requirements for what a loft is.
Yeah, I think the tiny home is the exception. That's a special thing by
Right,
itself.
right.
So you don't need the loft definition.
For a tiny home,
Okay.
because
And the
it's there.
It's in the building code. It's in the building code, so it's a separate code. Title.
Yeah.
My question is, when do you guys have to have this packet for the council ready? And are you going to have time to kind of let all this input from your planning commission kind of, miraculously sort itself out into the staff report? I think it's going to be a challenge.
Our planning director's pretty good. Look what he put together in the errata for this meeting.
No, I know. I'm just a little nervous that we've given him a lot of input and it's kind of a big lift.
Well, we're targeting the 18th of October.
Oh, you got time.
So there's time to do this. Yeah. Plenty of time.
Yeah. 18th of October, and then the agenda out
It goes out well, it has to be reviewed. Since it's going to the town council, it needs a couple of weeks of review. So I really just have till the end of the month.
right, because it has to be in the public report, then I don't know, days of the week, like the 12th, and then
Yeah, the actual packet is the week before, but
yeah,
the staff report actually has to be done a week before that to make sure that everybody has had a chance to review it. Because Kylie's gonna probably want to look at this one, I'm guessing.
I hope so.
No.
You guys don't need sleep either. I think it's
Yeah,
overrated. So
That's all right.
A question on the single family residential master planning district, 17-116-040. It wasn't clear to me from the change, but it looked like it deleted a lot of the uses that were in our existing code, which when you look at our existing code, it has things like horse ranches and a daycare or something like that. But I wasn't clear on whether the intent here was to delete those things or leave them in. I think my thought on that is some of those, when you look at the purpose of a single-family residential master planning district, which talks about the purpose is to allow development of single-family detached units to be designed without the confines of specific yard requirements in areas where the amenities resulting from the flexibility in design will enhance environmental quality or benefit public welfare, and to protect future development, blah, blah, blah. But when you look at some of what the allowable uses are, they may be, it says public or quasi-public building and uses of an educational, cultural, or public service type, public and private non-profit recreation areas and facilities, like a swimming pool. So I didn't know if for this particular code, where it's a single-family residential master planning district, that some of that would still be a possibility, and I didn't know if you were deleting those out intentionally.
I think there probably was not an intent to delete those. Yeah, they should be still in here. I think that what it probably is missing here is a little clause that says keep D through F or that type of thing.
I mean, it adds, the large family daycare or all those other kind of
the intent
required
was just
things.
to add that and not subtract.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and looking at I agree with I would assume that there was just a mistake when they were copying and they were just adding the things they wanted, because it's showing that they're added, but we're not showing strikeouts. So it's not a proper red line as it stands. So I think
Right.
that,
And there were a couple of those that came across that way. So it wasn't clear whether they were left in, struck, or what, because I definitely want my grazing or breeding cattle in there.
Yep. Okay.
Could I ask a couple general questions again? Maybe Kylie, actually, could you try to give me a short answer of the relationship between inclusionary housing and state density bonus laws?
I think actually Jeff did a good job of saying that it's one of those, like those Zens, or those circles that kind of cross. I can't think of the right word because it's late, but
Venn diagram.
Thank you, Venn diagram. The inclusionary housing, every time once you trigger it over 3 units, you'll always be subject to those code sections. But if you wanted to try and take advantage of the density bonus to get additional concessions, incentives, then those would be something that they could take advantage of. Depending upon the level of the affordability would depend upon how extensive the density bonus would kind of infiltrate into that. So we read them together. We always do. All of your codes, we don't have to cross-reference everything because you read your municipal code as one entire code. Just like we don't need to identify every single term doesn't have to be defined, because if it's not defined in our code, it goes to plain meaning. So, dictionary automatically comes into play. So you don't have to cross-reference, going back to your question, because they automatically both apply. Does that help? Or still confusing?
No, that's helpful to understand that there is a Venn diagram of overlap between them. Yeah.
Perfect.
That's helpful. And then one other question, I guess this is for either of you, Jeff or Kylie, that just trying to understand what would trigger our SB 330 application procedures coming into effect. It says there's a section on applicability, but it doesn't seem to really outline when and what types of projects this would be come into effect.
I'll pass that on to the attorney.
SB 330 applies to all of our residential projects in one form or another. As to the application, if they fill out, there's a whole application process that is not a quick answer. But if they fill out specific applications and it starts to trigger timelines and deadlines of when we have to do things, the bottom line is that there's special rules that apply to residential because of state law. The rules that we put into here are to implement those rules. Getting into the triggers of the details of that can make your head spin. And frankly, it's required on us, whether you like it or not. A lot of them are very confusing and frustrating. And I really wish I would have had a hand in helping draft some of that, because it does get confusing. I know that during the last meeting, it was brought up as 150 units. That is a one size fits all put on us by the state. You probably will never have that triggered, but if we don't have it in our code, for example, it raises a red flag with HCD. So there's a lot of things like that that may seem confusing because they don't seem like they're meant to fit with Fairfax. More often than not, and I would, there could be some that aren't that, but most of those come from state law. Some of that awkward language comes from state law. And while if Janet and I were queen, we would get to change that, it is far less of an uphill battle if we simply mirror that language and push it through. You've seen this before with the ADA, or I'm sorry, the ADU and the JADU. There's some really awkward language that is in our code, but it comes directly from state law. So there's some of that within here now as well. So if you want to go through and detail the application process, I'm happy to do that with you, but it's really, we're just going to comply with state law, and that all that we've pulled through is really just doing that.
Okay. Thanks for that. Thanks for that background and clarification. And just a couple more, sorry, while I'm got the mic here, I had a couple of very specific comments, trying to be helpful here, not just complaining about how challenging these codes are to understand. It was in the definitions, just saw a couple of things in the definitions that maybe are some errors or some clarifications. Gosh, where's the definitions? Oh, here we go. Okay, so on page 34, definition of fair market value, it says real estate, or what's outlined here is the definition of fair market value is real estate market value of an affordable housing unit at the time of initial purchase of that unit. Wouldn't fair market value apply to any and all types of units, not just affordable units? Just a question there.
I think we only need it for that code that we just adopted last time. That's the only time we need the definition of fair market value. I'm pretty sure that's why it's
FMV doesn't come up in any other.
I don't think so.
No components of the code. Okay.
It's really affordability requirement, and it's probably, I mean, I can't imagine another place in the code that it's used unless it's cross-referencing inclusionary housing or some sort of affordability issue.
Okay. And then on page 35, definition of inclusionary unit, it says dwelling units, housing costs or an affordable rent to eligible moderate, low, or very low income households as applicable to the unit. Could you, is that an error, or could you explain to me what that means? The recorded deed restriction as applicable to the unit, is that what that's indicating? Yeah. Page 35.
Yeah, so what that means is that if you have in your again, this one comes from the inclusionary housing ordinance that you saw last time. If you have an inclusionary housing unit that has been put into the project, then you do what's called, and it's going to be you're going to do a deed restriction. So we basically, on the title of the property, say that this unit must be kept at either moderate, low, very low, so that it can't transfer in time. Because it's easy. The reason why that happens is it basically, it's called coloring the title. It means that it can't transfer at some point to a fair market value without, during this period of time that we put the covenant on the property. So we put the deed restriction, and then there's a covenant, and then the deed restriction comes off when the covenant, which is just an agreement, is done. It's just a way to control, to make sure that it lasts for the period of time, which is 55 years.
Cool, got it. So it's the moderate, low, or very low categories for different unit types that are part of the deed restriction. Okay.
Right. Your deed
Yep.
restriction specify as to which one.
Got
They
it.
can all
Okay,
go
thank you.
higher.
Thanks for clarifying.
Chair Swift, if I may, given the hour, I would like to move to adopt, sorry, Commissioner Jansen, I'm taking over a motion here to adopt resolution 2023-27, recommending town council adopt an ordinance amending the Fairfax Municipal Code to add or amend the following chapters: 17.010 rules of measurement, 17.026 ministerial approvals for qualifying housing developments, 17.027 procedures for SB 330 application for housing developments, 17.050 affordable housing density bonus, 17.008 definitions, 17.020 design review regulations, 17.024 required permits, 17.032 use permits, 17.040 general zone regulations, 17.044 exceptions, modifications, and waivers, 17.048 residential and accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling, 17.052 off-street parking and loading requirements, 17.056 traffic impact permits, 17.076 to 17.090 and 17.116 related to residential zones, 17.138 regulations applying in multiple zone districts, and 15.04 construction codes after having incorporated all the consensus and input from the planning commissioner that you've received over the past 2 weeks, and scheduling or including a review based on the direction of the town council when they review all this stuff, and whatever decision they make about color to address a standard, an objective design standard with respect to color in the town code as an objective design. I'm not speaking right, with a packet at least 20 days prior to that meeting in February. That's my motion.
February?
Yeah, we would schedule that item for a February Planning Commission meeting with a packet 20 days in advance based on the direction that the town council provides and or the decision they make based on the staff report provided to the town council for their November meeting.
Okay, let me ask a question on that, because it is late. But the February part of this is for what purpose? Because that's not in our current resolution.
So I think the way I understood Commissioner Newton referencing my earlier suggestion is that regardless what we recommend go to the council, they can further modify the the zoning code and these ordinances are going to otherwise be updated and amended separately for the housing element process. And I think what Commissioner Newton is trying to capture is my suggestion that we want to affirmatively now, while we're already looking at this, and so that it's on top of everyone's mind, schedule a time that once those changes are adopted, which is supposed to, the deadline's January, one of the many deadlines is January 31st. There's no more pressure of, we need to do this to comply with state law. Here's what we have as of that date. Let's go through. And, the 20-day period is so that we all have the same code in front of us to make our suggestions and proposed edits to.
Okay, I would suggest that that's a separate action from what we're doing tonight. And if we want to ask staff to address different code changes or a review of this, I think that's outside of the scope of the resolution we're putting forward tonight. And I would suggest that perhaps that could be something that's, because we still have director's comments and staff report and our input to the planning director in our agenda, that we could address that separately. And what we want before us tonight is just the resolution as it's stated, as you said, incorporating all of our input that we had tonight and the corrections and the changes. So errata sheet number 3 or 4 to go forward to the council.
If that's a friendly amendment, I'll take it.
Thank you. It was friendly.
I want to make a response too, because I think we can't kick back the color discussion to the council. We need to decide one way or the other. It's what is it going to be? What's in the errata or not? What's in the original one? And we're skipping that. So, and I think the suggestion to revisit that in February, that's fine, but I agree with Commissioner Swift. That's a separate item. We need to make a.
My motion was to allow staff to incorporate the input from the commission in the staff report. And I would include in that a brief discussion of our conversation about color, the points that you and Commissioner Bella made about trying to keep color as objective as possible, and the statements that Chair Swift and I made about earth tones and my desire to keep the development higher up on the ridge more subdued.
I appreciate that. Can we do that? Can we leave it hanging like that?
This is Kylie. What I'm hearing the motion be made, and I don't mean to step on you, Jeff, is that to approve the resolution that's before you with the additional changes that were made in the errata that Jeff sees that are more errors and things to clean up. And then in the staff report, give a general discussion on the color, for example. And if there's items, I think that that's the main one that we heard, and also defensible spaces. I heard those two were kind of heavy discussions. I heard the parking go back and forth, but I think that I heard the commission land on going back to how it was in the ordinance before you versus what was in the errata. Is that a fair assessment of what the main points? Have I missed one?
I think those were the main points, but I think tonight we had a lot of corrections and changes, and I'm sure Jeff has captured all those. And those would be part of the errata that goes forward, just like he gave an errata to us from the last meeting. So it would be incorporating all those, and then he could address in the staff report some of our comments on things like color and whatever. That's
Staff,
what
can staff can of course make the changes that are mistakes and things that you've identified. So that's easy to have staff do. And we've received that direction in the motion. So if that's the motion, then I think staff understands what the direction is, unless Jeff has something else he'd like to say.
Well, the only thing I'd say, we probably do need to make a recommendation on color in the ordinance itself, because we're going to be giving them red lines. But we could,
Well, if we go back to the ordinance that you drafted originally and then put a discussion staff report, then I think that it addresses both. We have something before the city council. They can decide planning commission had a great point, and you can even identify the language if you want in the staff report that you provide and give staff the option council the option. They could always then do it, but then they have something before them to make a decision. They could also adopt what they have before them, and with the color as it currently is in the current version of the ordinance, and bring it back in the future for a more detailed discussion, both planning and or council.
Okay.
I personally think it's easier for the town council to strike language that's before them if they decide against it than to explain what it says and see if they want to add it. I don't know if that makes sense.
Well, and to that point, then we would leave in the color as you had it in there, and then we can come back and revisit
In the
that
errata.
in January, or after January, to see how we might want to further reflect on color and the things like the height and all that.
I've had two commissioners tell on the record state that the color standard as drafted in the errata is subjective. So might I suggest that we table the color? I don't have a problem having a future conversation, but the language as drafted, the commission has already created a record that I have a bad case if we have to go try and challenge it. Because I have two of the commissioners saying that it's subjective, and based off that testimony, I can see their points. So if we're not going to do specific colors, which is what, when I first looked at it, thought we were doing, if we're talking about just a general, these hues, that probably is not subjective, because subjective needs to be that you and objective needs to be that two people look at that standard and come to the same conclusion. And based off the testimony and discussion you had, you guys were not coming to the same conclusion based off the language that was in the errata, just as to throw another monkey wrench into your color discussion. And I apologize.
All right. I really want to cut this short. So I'm going to go ahead and modify my motion to ask staff to exclude the language from the errata about the color and go back to the proposal that was previously there, but nonetheless brief counsel regarding this discussion. That's my new motion, and I'm not going to repeat all those sections again.
Do we, and we're taking out the February piece of that because we'll address that differently.
Yes.
So do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay.
And you're going to have to do the roll call.
I will do the roll call.
Well, that was happy.
Commissioner Newton.
Aye.
Commissioner Bella.
Aye.
Commissioner Jansen.
Aye.
Commissioner Pfeiffer.
Aye.
And Chair Swift.
Aye. Motion carries.
Yep.
So we're going to go on now to director's report. Do you have anything? You can say no.
I do not have anything to
Have we
report at this
removed
time.
the minutes from the agenda?
Ooh, I second that.
Can we, to continue them?
Continue the minutes.
Yes. And
is there general consensus on that?
Aye.
Aye. And do we have any commissioner comments or questions for staff?
Just wanted to say thank you for all your effort on this, Jeff. I know it's a difficult topic and getting a lot of feedback. So I feel you and really appreciate your effort on this.
I concur with that because you're jumping in and doing a lot of work and playing catch up, and you've had to deal with us. So I really appreciate all the effort and approach you've taken to this.
And I want to throw a
Glad
little
you're
bit
here.
of that gratitude over to Kylie as well.
So if there's no commissioner questions or comments,
this is where I was going to make my comment that I would like to request that staff bring on the first agenda after staff has completed submission of the completed housing element estimated to be January 31st, an agenda item for the commission to review the then current zoning code and related elements of the town code.
the entire zoning code.
I'm happy to have it be adjusted either way, but I assumed that, it's a holistic, section 15, 17 of the town code.
Well, if I may, I think maybe we could start with like kind of a wish list of
Sure.
what is there about this code that you'd most like to see changed, that type of thing.
Well, it may be an opportunity then too, because I know staff has been keeping a list of some of the things in the code that are in error or need correction. So maybe, that can be part of this too, so that we can correct some of the things that every time we have a meeting and we say this doesn't make sense, or there's an error here, that we can finally address those things and clean those things up and kind of go from there, and maybe take the code in sections or something. And
Yeah.
I know you all will have a workload of applications and everything else. So, trying to fit that.
Yeah, I
into
mean,
the
I'm just happy
workspace.
for the first meeting to be a discussion item, not a vote on proposed changes immediately.
Okay, anybody have anything else?
I'd like to move to adjourn.
I'll second that. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you all.